Yes, Ms Hall.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mr Shayne Elliott.
Mr Elliott, would you be good enough to come into the witness box and just stay standing for a moment while I ask first whether you'd prefer to make an oath or take an affirmation?
An affirmation, thank you.
Thank you. Affirm the witness.
I solemnly and sincerely
I solemnly and sincerely
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
the
the
whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr Elliott. Do sit down. Yes, Dr Collins.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is your full name Shayne Carey Elliott?
Yes, that's right.
Is your business address 833 Collins Street, Docklands in Victoria?
Yes.
And Mr Elliott, are you the Chief Executive Officer and an Executive Director of the Australia and New Zealand Banking Group?
Yes, I am.
Mr Elliott, have you received a summons to appear before the Commission and give evidence?
Yes, I have.
Do you have the original of that summons with you?
Yes, I do.
Commissioner, I tender the summons.
Thank you.
Exhibit 7.119, the summons to Mr Elliott.
Mr Elliott, have you made a witness statement for the purposes of rubric 7-03 of this Commission?
Yes, I have.
And do you have the original of that statement and the exhibits with you in the witness box?
Yes, I do.
And Mr Elliott, are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement.
The statement of Mr Elliott and its exhibits in relation to rubric 7-73 becomes exhibit 7.120.
And Mr Elliott, have you made a further witness statement for the purposes of rubric 7-14 of the Commission?
Yes, yes, I have.
And do you have the original of that statement and its exhibits with you?
I do, yes.
Mr Elliott, are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender the statement.
The statement and its exhibits in relation to rubric 7-14 becomes exhibit 7.121.
Nothing further,
Thank you, Dr Collins. Yes, Ms Hall.
Mr Elliott, you've been the CEO and an Executive Director of ANZ since the 1st of January 2016.
Yes, that's correct.
And since last year, you've also been the Chairman of the Australian Banking Association.
Yes.
You joined ANZ in June 2009.
Yes.
And since that time, you've had a variety of roles within ANZ, including as Global Managing Director of ANZ's Institutional Business Unit.
Yes.
And as Chief Financial Officer.
That's correct.
And before joining ANZ, you had senior positions in 2 other financial institutions, one of which was Citigroup, and the other of which was a large investment bank in the Middle East.
That's
Is that
correct.
right?
Yes.
And when you were appointed as CEO of ANZ in October 2015, ANZ published a media release which contained some quotes from you. Do you recall that?
I recall the media release. I don't recall the quotes.
Well, you were quoted, Mr Elliott, as saying that ANZ's people are guided by a clear strategy and a strong set of values. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
What strategy were you referring to at that time, Mr Elliott?
Well, at the time, the broader strategy, it had a bit of a nickname. It was called the Super Regional Strategy, which was really about ANZ's differentiated approach to engaging Australia and New Zealand with the rest of Asia in particular, but the rest of the world. So that, in summary, was the strategy that was adopted at the time.
And are ANZ staff still guided by that strategy, Mr Elliott?
No, not in that level of detail. That is a part of the strategy, but there has been a resetting, if you will, of the strategy.
What is the strategy now?
The strategy today is essentially one around simplification, a strategy that recognises that the environment we work in is fast changing and that we should do a few things and do them well. And if you'd like, there are 3 things that we've decided that we would like to excel in.
Yes.
One is to be the best bank for people who wish to buy and own a home in Australia and New Zealand. The second is to be the best bank for people who wish to start, run and grow a small business in Australia and New Zealand. And the third is to be the best bank for those companies, and it's generally larger companies, who are driven by trade and capital flow in our region.
Now, the other part of the quote related to a strong set of values. What values were you referring to at that time?
Yeah, so ANZ, and these haven't changed, for some years prior to my joining, have 5 values, which are colloquially known internally as I care. It's integrity, collaboration, accountability, respect, and excellence.
And how do you think those values have served ANZ, Mr. Elliott?
Well, they were certainly well intended, and my understanding at the time they were adopted, they were embraced by our staff as a guiding principle. Over the years, we have attempted to understand what they mean to our people, how they would repeat them back to us, how it influences their day-to-day actions. I think it's fair to say that it's mixed. Even most recently, our people tell us that integrity, respect in particular, they identify with and understand, and it means something to them. They struggle a little bit when we talk about things like excellence in terms of what does that actually mean and what are our expectations. And we continue to do that. We have had a refresh of those strategies, about 2 years ago, where we re-engaged with our people to see whether they still remained relevant, whether they were understood, and as a result of that, we updated and modified the definitions and have used communication channels to give better examples of what they mean.
And what does excellence mean to you? How do you want your people to interpret that?
Yes, good question. It really means doing what you do with pride and doing it well. I mean, the point of the values is they're not discrete. They're supposed to be seen as a whole. It's fine to be collaborative, but if the outcome is not excellent, that's not good. And so it's really about having pride in work, and really it's largely about the outcomes, making sure that things are done well.
ANZ has acknowledged to the Royal Commission that it's engaged in a range of misconduct and conduct that fell below community standards and expectations. And in the submissions that ANZ provided to the Commission following the interim report, ANZ explained what it regarded to be the causes of that misconduct and conduct that fell below community standards and expectations. Those causes included culture, including a culture that has become overly focused on revenue and sales. Could you explain that further for us, Mr. Elliott?
Sure. So first, to give it some context, obviously the issues that we were talking about were over a period of time, in particular the 10-year period, but I think, in fairness, drift back further than that in terms of the causes. And it was a recognition that at times we always have to get the balance right between the needs of various stakeholders, that we had become far too focused on revenue in particular. We don't typically use the word sales, but certainly revenue as a definition of good behaviour or good outcomes of excellence, if you will. People who drove good revenue outcomes were seen to be doing a good job, and we paid less attention to how they achieved those outcomes.
I want to come later to what you're doing to try and address that matter.
Yeah.
But the other causes that were dealt with by ANZ in its submissions to the Commission following the interim report included a focus on achieving short-term objectives, including financial objectives, at the expense of longer-term results, including customer outcomes and the reputation of the bank. Could you explain that?
The point we were trying to make here, and it's related to one of the other causes that perhaps we'll talk about later, was around complexity. So we have had the good fortune to be in an industry that was profitable and fast growing at the same time. That encourages the searching for scale to grow, to get bigger at what you do, to find new things to do. And with that complexity and the way that we ran the organisation, it ended up where we had a very decentralised way of managing that, if that makes sense. So we're doing a lot of things. It was effective to manage that in a decentralised way. One of the outcomes of that is that individual business units, teams, make decisions based on their own knowledge of their own world around them rather than the greater group. And so they search for and sought short-term tactical solutions when problems arose. And because of that decentralisation, those problems weren't necessarily visible to the most senior levels in the organisation.
Other causes that you identify in those submissions include poorly calibrated performance and remuneration plans. You accept that that has been a contributing cause?
Yes, I do.
Complex systems and processes to deliver your banking and financial services, which you've touched on already.
Yes.
Further complexity resulting from the design, number and breadth of your product offering.
Yes.
Failures to quickly recognise systemic issues and to elevate them to senior management for action.
Yes.
Insufficiently clear lines of responsibility and accountability.
Yes.
And inadequate investment in things such as customer remediation programs.
Yes.
Has ANZ's technology and its oversight of technology also been a contributing cause in your view?
Yes, I think it is the outcome of many of the causes that you have just listed, yes.
It's the outcome, did you say?
Well, I think it's related to many of... I'm not sure that it's a discrete and different cause. It is interrelated with many of the things that you talked about. When you run an organisation in a decentralised way with disaggregated view of services, inevitably, perhaps teams develop, again, short-term tactical solutions to technology as opposed to looking for broader strategic long-term solutions.
Now, I want to examine some of those causes that ANZ has identified for the Commission in greater detail, and I want to start by doing that by reference to ANZ's breach reporting practices.
Yes. Okay.
Now, ASIC's report 594, which was published in September, reviewed the breach reporting practices of 12 entities, including ANZ, over a 3-year period from 2014 to 2017.
Yes.
And as part of that review, ANZ provided ASIC with data on 87 significant breaches that it had reported in that 3-year period.
Yes, I believe that's the number, yes.
And ASIC provided ANZ with its preliminary findings from the data many months before the report was published.
Yes, it was early in the year, yes.
Yes, it appears to us to have been in about February
That is my recollection, yes.
And did you meet with Mr Shipton, the chair of ASIC, in April this year?
I can't recall specifically. I have met with Mr Shipton a number of times this year, so it's very likely I did.
And as part of any of those meetings prior to the publication of Report 594, did you discuss ANZ's breach reporting practices with Mr Shipton?
I don't recall it being a detailed conversation. It may have come up as a part of a broader meeting agenda. I don't remember certainly it being the specific topic of a meeting.
Mm-hmm. Now, you tell us in one of your statements that you've read ASIC's final report into the breach reporting practices. So you've seen the findings that ASIC made about the practices of Australian financial services licensees generally and about ANZ.
Yes, I have.
And what concerned you most about those findings, Mr Elliott?
I don't know that I can say what it was that was most. It was all fairly concerning. I mean, clearly what it pointed to was a lack of attention, focus and diligence around our obligations around significant breach reporting and importantly, the investigation, so the identification of issues was too slow, the investigation was at times too slow, and some challenges with the remediation.
Can I take you to 3 of the findings that ASIC made? The first was a finding that Australian financial services licensees took on average 1,517 days to identify an incident that was later determined to be a significant breach. Are you familiar with that finding?
Yes, I do recall that.
And that number of days, 1,517 days, also happened to be the average time it took ANZ to do that. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
So on average, it's taken ANZ more than 4 years to identify an incident that's later determined to be a significant breach.
Yes.
Now, can I ask you what your observations are about that finding, more than 4 years to identify an incident?
Well, I mean, it's clearly unacceptable and it's not right.
How did it get to the point, Mr. Elliott, in ANZ where it took more than 4 years for you to identify incidents that involved significant breaches?
Well, you know, I can't say that I have a perfect answer to that, where I have analysed it, where I can give you a great degree of certainty of why that is. But what I do believe is that the issues we've talked about previously about complexity and the delegated nature of running the organisation have absolutely been a major factor in that. And I can give an example if you like.
Yes,
so, for
please.
example, the way that we ran the organisation was to disaggregate and manage them differently. The people who developed products or services, the people that offered those to customers, the people that serviced them, and then the people who dealt with complaints. Many of those units would have had different reporting lines, different performance objectives, different data that they would look at, and different systems. That makes it difficult to look and see mistakes or errors, and certainly from a systemic nature.
You say in your statement that your systems and processes weren't effective in proactively identifying issues. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also say that your staff were not always adequately encouraged by senior management to identify and report compliance issues.
That's absolutely right.
You also referred to your compliance and operational risk database, which you said was complex and very difficult to navigate.
Yes.
Is that still the case?
There have been some improvements made to it recently, certainly over the years. So this is a system we call CORE.
Yes.
And that is when people find and do speak up and see an issue, they're encouraged to, through our compliance colleagues, to enter that into a database so that we can look for systemic issues. While it was well intended and it cost a reasonable amount of time and money to implement, it wasn't necessarily well designed from a user point of view. And what we found is therefore that was discouraging people from actually using it. And then when they did use it, even with good intention, we weren't actually able to generate the right level of data that would be useful. So we have improved it, and those improvements continue.
How long do you think it should take ANZ to identify incidents that are later determined to be significant breaches?
And that's a complex question because every issue will have its own characteristics and terms. I'm not sure there is a definitive answer to that.
Well, what average would you like to see as opposed to the 1,517-day average?
Again, I'm not sure it's this type of statistic that lends itself to a target. Obviously far lower than that, much less. I don't know that I can put a number on that. But I would say it's significantly lower than 1,500 days.
4 years.
Yes, absolutely.
ASIC included some case studies in its report, including case studies in relation to this particular finding about the time to identify an incident that is a significant breach. Has ASIC told ANZ whether any of the case studies relate to ANZ?
My understanding that at least 3 of them do, yes.
Yes. Now, can I take you to one of those case studies, which we are told by ASIC does relate to ANZ? If we could bring up RCD 0003 0078 0001. This is report 594, and if I could take you to 0030. Now, ASIC has told us that case study 2 relates to ANZ. That case study is recorded in this way. An AFS licensee could not advise when one significant breach started, despite having conducted investigations for almost 2 years and identifying historical concerns with fee disclosure on some types of credit and debit cards. The availability of data meant that the licensee could only identify instances that had occurred in the previous 7 years, which totalled around $7 million in overcharged fees. As a result, the remediation was limited to the identified $7 million overcharged. Further investigation of unavailable data may have revealed a greater impact. Now, does that sound familiar to you as
Yes.
a situation that was experienced by ANZ?
Yes, it does.
And do you have any observations about how it could come to the point where an investigation had been conducted for almost 2 years, which had found that customers had been overcharged around $7 million, but ANZ still couldn't identify when the breach had started or whether this was the entirety of the amount that had been overcharged.
So in my preparation and certainly when we got the report and understanding of this case study as it relates to ANZ, my understanding from discussions with our team is that, again, this speaks to the difficulty. So we retain data as we're required to for at least 7 years. The difficulty here was going back further into history where the data was unavailable. Therefore, it was impossible for us to try to reconstruct that data. We accept that the concerns or the fee issues may have actually predated the 7 years. It's really a technical inability to go and discover that, yes.
And is that still the case? Would you still today be unable to look beyond 7 years to see how many customers had been affected?
Not in all cases. So we have made some improvements here, and what I've been told by, we have a specialist team now that just focus on remediation. It's called our responsible banking team. They're building a data asset which allows us to do more forensic work in situations like this. I can't give you an assurance that says that in every single case we would be able to go back beyond a certain date, but we are building that we're building a capability to be able to do it more often than not.
The second finding in this report that I want to ask you about is ASIC's finding that it took the major financial groups an average of 150 days after commencing an investigation to lodge a breach report.
Yes.
Despite a legal obligation under Section 912D of the Corporations Act to report significant breaches within 10 days of becoming aware of the breach. Now, ANZ was an outlier on this front. Do you agree, Mr. Elliott?
Yes, I do.
If we could turn to 0116 in this document and 0117. Now, we see from table 32, which starts at the bottom of the first page and continues onto the second page, that the other three major banks each took an average of 104 days for CBA, 139 days for NAB, and 165 days for Westpac between commencing the investigation and lodging a breach report. But ANZ took 213 days.
Yes, I see that, yes.
Do you have any observations to make about that beyond the matters that you've already pointed to, Mr. Elliott?
Well, my observations were that it's clearly unacceptable. The 213 days is far higher than it should be or needs to be. I'm not sure that, while it's of interest to compare to others, I imagine that we all have our own peculiarities and different operating systems and ways of getting things done. My observation from at the time of looking at this was less concerned about how we appeared relative to my peer group. It's just too high.
What should that number be? What are you looking for there, Mr. Elliott?
Well, my understanding of this analysis here and the difficulty is this is the time taken from the observation of a breach through to reporting as opposed to the observation of identifying it as significant and requiring reporting. On the latter part, my understanding and my analysis says that we do not have a key failing there. We can do better from the point of significance. I believe we do comply. It's actually getting to that decision. Is this breach a potentially significant is where we have a failing and can do better. I don't know, again, what the right number for that is. It's certainly not 200 days. It would be significantly less than that.
ASIC's also told us that case study 13, which I'll take you to in connection with this finding, relates to ANZ. That's at 0047 and 0048. Case study 13 is entitled Delays Caused by Determination of Significance. An AFS licensee produced a progress report created during the course of an investigation into whether the breach was significant. It's noted that the root causes of the breach were still being determined, but included poor detective controls, lack of exception reporting, multiple manual processes, multiple handoff points, having grandfathered packages, complicated product design and staff oversight and error. The report also noted that the licensee was currently sizing up the number of impacted customers and the dollar value of any remediation. Preliminary estimates indicated that affected consumers made up 20% of all packages distributed, with around $5 million overcharged. Despite the extent of the root causes, the diverse range of affected products, the number of potential affected consumers and the size of the dollar estimates, the report provided a status update that the compliance function was assessing whether the event would be reportable. Now, does that concern you, Mr. Elliott? Because the matters referred to in that final paragraph that I've just read to you all point to a determination of significance. Do you agree?
I totally agree.
And do you have any explanation for why at that point in this investigation the matter had not been determined by ANZ to be a significant breach?
I can explain, but that doesn't excuse it. This is wrong. And this is not the standard we should set for ourselves. This is clearly significant and it should have been reported earlier.
Can I take you then to the final finding that I want to ask you about in the report, Mr. Elliott, which is ASIC's finding that it took the major financial groups an average of 251 days to make the first payment to customers affected by a significant breach after the end of the investigation.
Yes.
You're familiar with that
Yes,
finding?
I am, yes.
And for ANZ, it took an average of 198 days.
Yes.
Now, again, is that too long, Mr.
Yes,
Elliott?
absolutely.
And why has it taken ANZ so long to remediate customers?
So my investigation into this and discussion with our teams has been, and this is a mistake on our part, so I accept this was wrong. We had a culture of, before we started remediating any customers, we wanted to have total knowledge of the full extent of who exactly should be remediated. And so there was a desire for exactness and completeness before we even commenced remediation. That was a cultural norm, if you will, within the company. It's wrong. It's flawed. And so what we have done now with our remediation team is we've adopted new principles and a new way of thinking about that, which essentially says once we have sufficient knowledge where we can determine remediation, even for a small number of customers, a cohort, we should start. So we don't need to wait until we have 100% knowledge. We should start and do it in tranches and get going. We've already adopted that approach. It's already having an impact in terms of our timelines, and it's now something that we monitor.
ASIC recorded in this report that it had identified historical documents from two of the organisations that referred to remediation for customers as a distraction.
Yes.
Was ANZ one of those two groups?
Yes, it was.
Now, could I take you to a document that records that? We don't need to tender Report 594, which is already in evidence. Could we now turn to BRP 003000020123? Have you seen this document before,
Yes, I have.
Mr. Elliott? It's a presentation on the responsible banking approach to remediation from January this year.
Yes.
And if we turn to 0129 within the document, we see that this part of the document is headed The Changing Focus of Customer Remediation, and it records that in the past, before January this year, there was less focus on customer remediation. It was seen as a distraction at the expense of earning revenue and therefore not always given the highest priority, and it was delivered in an ad hoc and inconsistent way. That's what this document records, looking
Yes.
back on the previous approach to customer remediation. Now, ASIC tells us that this is the historical document that it was referring to when it made that statement in the report. And what I want to understand from you, Mr. Elliott, is what happened at ANZ that led to it treating remediation of its customers for errors that ANZ had made as a distraction?
So I think that's a totally fair question. I think I need to put this document into perspective and give it some context.
Yes.
This is not an official document of the group. It had essentially no shelf space or life to it. As we were developing our new approach to remediation and pulling together a team of people that would be dedicated to this, one of our mid-level, well, in our parlance, a Group 3 executive, a mid-level executive, took it on their own to put down some thoughts on their observations around remediation. So this was to be shared with the now head of that tribe or that group. As I said, it's not an official analysis, it's a person's perspective, it's a valid perspective,
Yes,
but that's what it is, and I think that's important to note.
Can I start then
Yes.
by asking you whether you agree with that perspective?
Well, I think there are elements of that. I mean, I take this person at their word. There will have been an element of that, most certainly. Whether it was widespread, whether it was the norm at ANZ, I don't believe so. I think there was certainly the risk of this was always evident. And it goes back to the nature of the way we ran the bank at the time, the decentralised approach. So I accept that there is a risk of this. I do not believe it was pervasive across the organisation.
And to the extent that it was present, even if not pervasive, how did that happen?
Well, so first of all, it's wrong. So we accept that. You know, large organisations are always grappling with prioritisation. Even with the best will in the world, we have limited resources, whether those resources are financial or, more importantly, just talent, people, intellectual resource. We have to decide what is the best application of those resources to achieve the best outcomes for the group. And so teams are always being asked to make difficult trade-offs. And in this case, I think this is referring to the fact that too often teams, groups, made a poor choice and decided to focus on short-term, in this case, talking about revenue, as opposed to remediation. That has, at a group level, I think, changed significantly in the last 2 years. And now the whole area of remediation, in the broader sense, gets a high level of visibility all the way through to our board.
So where does customer remediation sit now on your list of priorities for the application of your resources?
Right. So I don't have a list of priorities that numbers them 1 through 10 or something. I have a group that are all important. Remediation is there. If we were to speak to our team who run the Australia business, of which this refers to, they would tell you, and they have, and it's documented, that remediation is their number one priority as a team. If I look at our board, and I believe it's documented in the minutes, have encouraged or suggested, or even in stronger terms than that, demanded that remediation deserves to be a top priority of the organisation.
Could I tender this document, Commissioner?
Responsible Banking Approach to Remediation, January 2018, BRP 0030 0002 0123, Exhibit 7.122.
You tell us in your statement, Mr. Elliott, that ANZ has now launched a breach reporting project to improve its reportable event identification, investigation and reporting. You also suggest in your statement that Section 912D should be amended to clarify when the obligation to report arises. And I want to ask you some questions about that. Are you familiar with the recommendations for legislative reform in relation to Section 912D that have been made in the ASIC Enforcement Task Force review?
I'm broadly familiar with them, yes.
One of the recommendations made there was that Section 912D should be amended to make clear that the significance of breaches is to be determined objectively, so that the obligation to report arises once there are sufficient facts or information to found an objectively reasonable belief that there's a significant breach.
That's my understanding of the recommendation, yes.
And what I'd like to understand from you is whether, in your view, the implementation of that sort of recommendation would address the uncertainty that you speak of in your statement.
Well, I believe it would certainly help. It would be enormously helpful and operationally far easier if there was an objective measure of significance, whether that was number of customers, financial or others, or a mixture of them. It would certainly be easier. But I don't want for a minute to suggest that that's the only solution. I mean, I think as an organisation, there's an onus on us to be clear about how we define significance. And I think, we haven't done as well as we could have on that measure. But certainly a more formal definition would be enormously helpful.
What would you be looking for in that formal definition? Because the matters you just referred to, number of customers and financial impact, are all matters referred to in the legislation already.
Yes.
What more do you think the legislation needs to do?
So my understanding of the legislation, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding of it is it talks to the fact that we should consider those things. It does not give me a number and suggests that significant is 10,000 customers or 1,000 or a percentage of customers. Those, I believe, is what we're talking about when we're talking about more objective measures, giving some guidance to help us determine that this has now become significant.
Given the breadth of types of Australian financial services licensees, size and sophistication, do you agree that it would be unrealistic to legislate particular figures attached to number of customers, amount of remediation necessary?
I do. I agree with that. And again, I'm not suggesting that it necessarily needs to be legislative change, but perhaps just guidance from the regulator or some best practices, some guidelines, anything that can give greater clarity would be helpful.
Well, the old adage, Mr. Elliott, is control the drafting. If you're going to produce something, control the drafting and form it for yourself. Is it useful, important, desirable for entities like ANZ to form their own criteria?
Absolutely, and I agree with that fully. I mean, we ourselves are a diverse organisation. We have different products and services, but I absolutely believe it would be helpful for us to have greater clarity.
And probably not one size fits all through the organisation. There will be separate.
Absolutely, that will inevitably be the case. Yes.
Yes.
And is that part of your breach reporting project, to try and formalise those sorts of criteria to assist in the assessment of whether a breach is significant?
I believe so. I can't recall if that is specifically laid out in the current terms, but certainly in our discussions, that would make us more effective, and so it will be one of the things that they look at, yes.
And the ASIC enforcement...
Sorry, just to interrupt again. For you to form your own criteria and document why you have chosen those criteria, not simply record the fact that here they are, but here's why we got to those answers, is itself surely both helpful and prudent.
I totally agree with that. I think like many things, the thought process, the work will be more important in many ways than the outcome itself of determining the number. The fact that as a company, as an organisation with our people, we are discussing that will be a much better way of embedding that thinking into our people, accepting there will always be unusual circumstances and exceptions to any rules, if you will, we put in place.
Well, there's something clarifying about writing down why.
Yes.
Not always easy. Go on.
And then, if I may, hopefully being able to share that with our regulators and ensure that, we're at least on the right track. I understand, my view is I would not be necessarily asking them for a formal approval. I understand that puts them in a difficult position, but at least some guidance to suggest this is making reasonable progress and is in the general area of acceptance.
And you know that ASIC has issued regulatory guidance in relation to Section 912D.
Yes.
Yes, but you would hope for something beyond that level of guidance.
Well, I'm again going back to the Commissioner's comments. I believe we do need to do that work ourselves, and then I think it would be responsible and prudent for us to share that with our regulators for comment.
Yes, I understand. The ASIC Enforcement Task Force review made a number of other recommendations in relation to Section 912D. One was changing the timelines for reporting so that significant breaches and suspected breach investigations that are ongoing need to be reported within 30 days to enable an investigation to have been conducted and an assessment to have been made. Do you have any view on that proposal, Mr. Elliott?
Not particularly, other than, we support the concept. I mean, whether it's 30 days or 20 or 40, I don't know, but the general idea I think is a good one.
And another recommendation was expanding the range of penalties for non-compliance with the obligation by increasing criminal penalties and adding a civil penalty option. Do you have any views about that proposal?
Again, other than the fact that there is a role for penalties in any governance system, and if they are balanced and if they are thoughtful in terms of the setting of the appropriate levels, then I completely understand that there's a role for increasing the penalties. And what I mean by that is, again, we know in our own case of running a company, if we set penalty too high and too draconian, we always run the risk of driving behaviour underground, that people are less reluctant to speak up because they now fear personal penalty.
More reluctant to speak up? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
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 Sorry, yes, I misspoke. Yes, more reluctant, yes.
I want to make sure that made sense
yes,
on the transcript.
No, that makes sense, yes,
Mr.
for
Elliott.
the transcript, yes.
Now, do you agree, Mr. Elliott, that the matters that you've identified as causing ANZ's failings in relation to breach reporting also led to failings in ANZ's handling of the processing errors that were the subject of evidence by Ms Stubbings from ANZ in the first round of hearings?
Yes, I do. They're essentially, the root cause is the same, yes.
And what do you see as ANZ's key failings in relation to that case study?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, if we go back to the root cause here, and we can get into more detail, when as an organisation you take on too much, you try to do too many things, you inevitably don't do them very well. And we ended up with a complex infrastructure, complex systems, and when you overlay that with a fast-changing environment, customer expectations are changing, technology is changing, regulation is changing, it makes it very difficult to keep all of those fit for use. And therefore, things break and we have errors and they remain invisible for far too long. So I think those are the issues that I refer to and certainly in terms of the causes. Now, complexity in and of itself doesn't necessitate errors, but it's a major contributing factor. And our failing as an organisation, in my view, is that we did not fully appreciate the nature of change that was happening in our environment. We did not fully appreciate the risk that came with that disaggregated way of managing issues and the complexity, and therefore we did not put in place an appropriate governance structure and management structure to deal with it.
And what about how you handled the errors once they emerged, once they were identified? As you've said, they were difficult to identify in the first place. But when they were identified, do you think ANZ adequately addressed those errors?
No, patently not. No, we did not. And again, in my view, they're related issues. When you run a confederated business model, doing lots of things, those things, when things break in them, when errors happen, it's less likely they get escalated, it's less likely they're visible at the appropriate levels, at a board or an executive committee, and therefore they do not necessarily get the due care and attention or resourcing to be fixed.
And is it more likely that a Band-Aid solution is applied rather than looking behind that particular problem to see the root causes that are creating a whole lot of other problems as well?
Yes, that is absolutely correct. And again, without compounding it too much, an inability, if issues are not raised to the appropriate level, there is an inability to connect the dots and see that something is systemic here. Not just that, but also learnings. Even when we do identify an error in one area, an inability to take that learning and say that may be useful, why don't we go and look in other areas to see if we have the same problem? So those are all symptoms of a complex organisation structure trying to manage too many things, in my view.
So how are you dealing with that now?
Right. So now we are simplifying our organisation. That's an easy thing to say, but what are we doing? We've exited and sold a significant number of our businesses, so we no longer operate in them. Many of those were profitable, perfectly decent businesses, but we decided we can't do everything well. So we've done that. We've radically reduced the number of products on offering. If I give you an example, in the Australia branch network, 2 years ago, if you walked into an ANZ branch, that branch would service around 370 products or flavours of products, different credit cards, mortgages, etc. We've already decommissioned 130 of those, and we have far more to do. So those are some examples of simplifying the actual what we do. The second area is to simplify how we manage. I mentioned before that we had a disaggregated or a confederated way of running businesses. So, for example, in that time when branches had all those products, the operational team, the people who process the applications, who process the payments, who take the customer complaints, they were in a different part of the business. They had a different reporting line through to the executives. That's disjointed. It's harder for that information that comes through complaints to be shared to do root cause analysis and fix the core problem. We've addressed that by changing accountabilities, who reports to who, what people are accountable for.
If I could return just briefly to the particular processing errors case study, there were 5 quite different errors on the part of ANZ that were examined in that case study, each of which resulted in very large numbers of customers being overcharged or not receiving agreed discounts or benefits in relation to their home loans.
Yes.
And how many customers, do you know how many customers were affected by those 5 sorts of errors in total?
I can't recall for those 5. If we look at all remediations that are underway, including some others beyond that 5, I know that the total number of accounts affected is approaching 2 million, many of which will be double counted. I might be a customer with a credit card remediation and a home loan remediation, for example, but that's the broader number.
And do you know how much has been paid in remediation, either to the customers in relation to the 5 processing errors, or more broadly, if you like, in relation to your remediations?
So again, I can't recall off the top of my head the number. It is hundreds of millions of dollars when it is added up. Some of that's already been paid, and you would know that recently in October we took a provision charge where we took a cost for $374 million, I recollect, after tax for further remediations. Now, some of that is money that will go back to customers, that's theirs, that is with interest, and some of that reflects the cost of actually of discovery and remediation. So this is significant numbers.
The first of the errors in the processing errors case study, which affected customers who had a break-free mortgage package, that led to ANZ's first ever significant remediation program that commenced in 2010. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
And I want to talk to you about the steps that ANZ has taken to improve its approach to customer remediation since that first program. Prior to last year, is it fair to say that accountability for customer remediation generally sat with the sponsoring business executive with support from other staff as needed.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think you've already said that this had the effect of, in your words, disaggregating efforts, inhibiting ANZ's ability to take an overarching approach. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
And it was in mid-2016 that the first move was made to centralisation of customer remediation at ANZ. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes, of the timeline, yes.
And that's when the dedicated team for customer remediation was formed?
I couldn't confirm the exact dates, but it's been some time, yes.
Yes. And then in December 2016, ANZ appointed Mr Neve as ANZ's Customer Fairness Advisor,
Yes.
with a particular focus on remediation. Was
Yes.
that the initial thinking about his role?
Yes, it was, although with a slight slant in that definition, not necessarily to do the remediation, but to be an advisor on essentially avoiding the need for remediation in the future, but also to make sure that we approached remediation in a consistent, fair, ethical way.
Now, the Customer Fairness Advisor is a board appointee and reports directly to you, is that right?
That's correct.
But he's not part of your executive committee.
No.
And why is that?
Oh, look, I think it was a new role, a little bit of a pilot or an experiment, if you will. It is an advisory role. So he has no executive responsibility. I thought at the time, and it's not to say it's not open for further consideration in the future, I thought at the time it was important that he had an element of being independent. Now, clearly, he works for us and we pay him, so he's not truly independent, but I didn't want him to feel part of the business team that's responsible for other results. I wanted him to be really advising us through that very quite narrow but important lens of customer fairness.
Yeah. I want to come back to the steps that you've taken to ensure his independence, but first could you explain what the key responsibilities are of the Customer Fairness Advisor?
Sure. So it's evolving. I mean, at the time, it really came out of an observation that when things go wrong, we have processes and teams in place to deal with complaints. We have a customer advocate, which we've had for a long time. But if you will, they're kind of, in colloquial terms, they're the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, and we wanted to be at the top of the cliff. How did we give more thought to ensuring these things didn't happen? And if they did, to drive this consistency. So it was really that observation. And so we were very fortunate to have Mr Neve available, given his experience as an ombudsman. And so I wanted him to advise me and my team around when we develop new products and services, are we putting the customer in as part of that design? Are terms and conditions fair? Are the way we behave, the way we market, the way we incent people, and then ultimately when things go wrong, the way we interact with those people. So it was quite broad, and it's evolved because he's learning more about the organisation. We have found his advice to be valuable, and so we have asked him to take on more.
You mentioned your customer advocate. Can you just explain the difference between the responsibilities of the customer advocate, a role that all the major banks seem to have, and your customer fairness advisor?
Sure. So the customer advocate is essentially a middle ground, a middle step between customer raising a complaint with us and then potentially going to what was FOS or now AFCA, going to a truly external party. Essentially, it was an option for people, if you're not satisfied with the way we've dealt with your complaint, we have this group who you can go to, who will cast an independent eye, to the extent they can, obviously, again, they work for us. It's just another dispute resolution offering. People don't have to use it. They can go straight to external. What we found it to be a really useful, customers seem to drive value from it. So that's after a complaint is made. Mr Neve's advice has been helpful for that team in how they go about their business, but really his focus is to avoid the need for complaints in the first place.
So part of Mr Neve's role is to advise on customer remediation, is that right? I know that
Yes.
you've talked about the preventative aspect as well, but Mr Neve also advises on customer remediation projects, is that right?
Yes.
And he was involved in the development of your customer remediation principles.
He drove that, yes.
Yes, and you launched those principles last year. They apply to all large-scale remediations.
Yes.
Is it asking too much of you to see if you can list what those principles are, Mr
Off
Elliott?
the top of my head, there's about 8. I probably would struggle. They're essentially about very simple, plain English things. We will listen to the customer, you know, we will act quickly, etc. So they're principles driven about, we want people to be, as I said, sensitive and listening and responsive to our customers, but I can't repeat all 8.
I'll make it easier for
Yep.
you, Mr Elliott, but before I list them for you, was it important to you that they be articulated in a plain English way, capable of being understood easily by your customers?
Yes, it was very important.
And the principles, we understand that there are 7 of them, are we will listen, we will apologise, we will compensate, we will commit resources to fix the problem, we will explain our approach clearly, we will act speedily, and we will learn from the mistakes.
Yes, that's familiar.
Now, what are you doing to ensure that those in your organisation who have a role in handling customer remediations act in accordance with those 7 simple propositions?
So, that's a big question, because you're talking about cultural change across an entire organisation of many thousands of people. First, it's really important that we have them, that they're easy to understand. And I would use an analogy. This is very similar to when the values, those 5 values I mentioned, were launched. People at ANZ largely can repeat them, even though I've failed spectacularly with the 7 here. But so what we've done, we've made them important, we've published them, and then Mr Neve has presented those. He attends many of our teams that are responsible for remediation to embed those in their own operating principles. At some point, not yet, I think it's probably a little early, we will have to go and essentially measure the effectiveness. Do people understand them? Are they being applied? Do we have the ability to see where they are not? And what are we doing about that?
Do you have any ideas about how you're going to do that, Mr Elliott?
They're always complex things to go and measure because they don't necessarily lend themselves to numeric metrics. I think we have a reasonable track record in terms of being able to measure the adoption and understanding of values, for example. So I would probably do it through focus groups, customer surveys, etc. But I think that that's only one measure. That's essentially, do our people understand them? Do they believe that they're valuable? At the end of the day, the real metric is, do they make a difference? And so the ultimate measure is, you know, do we see evidence that we are listening, that we are apologising, etc., etc. I have to say I have not given sufficient thought to that at this point, but I will need to.
You also have a remediation framework that you launched in January, and what I want to ask is whether you have observed any changes to particular customer remediation programs as a result of the principles and the framework.
Yes, I have. Now, I'm not for a minute going to sit there solely as a result of those 2 documents, if you will. There has been a significant uplift in ANZ's understanding of the importance of remediation. And the reason I know that is it is talked about more at our board. It is talked about and analysed and reviewed more at our executive committee. We have had significant amount of time spent discussing remediation, what happens when things go wrong, what are the root causes with some of our most senior leadership. We've had, I think the last count, 450 of our most senior people go through and spend time with that remediation tribe or the team. They have a special room set up to explain what went wrong, how we're fixing it, how to avoid these things. So it's a far more visible approach. So that's about our understanding. And then I can look at the facts. The facts are that we are now beginning to get first payments to customers faster than we were before. That we are learning from mistakes and being able to apply learnings from one set of remediations to another. So I do believe there's been an impact of those, but there's clearly more to do.
One of the things that you mentioned when you were speaking of Mr Neve's responsibilities as Customer Fairness Advisor was looking at your products and your services. Do you explain what you ask him to do when he's looking at those products?
So, well, again, in concept, and then I'll talk about the practical. In concept, what we want to make sure is that we say what we said we would do, that we deliver the products and services that our customers understood that they were buying, whether that's from a legal perspective, the terms and conditions match exactly what we're doing, but also just the understanding. When the credit card or the deposit I have acts in the way I expect it to. That might sound quite simple, and at some level it is, but it does require work. And we engage with Colin to help us go through those reviews. Again, he comes at it with a very different lens. He's not a lawyer looking at the terms and conditions, but really, is this fair?
Is it important to you to have systems in place and people whose job in your organisation is directed to ensuring that your products don't have an unfair impact on your customers?
In principle, yes. The definition of fairness is always complex, it's subjective. But yes, and I think while we're far from perfect on this, I think it has added a different tone to many of the discussions we have. And again, if you will, I can give an example.
Yes, please.
We developed a new operational committee called the Ethics and Responsible Business Committee, which I chair for the last couple of years. That's a committee now that Mr Neve now sits on. He did not at the beginning, but again, this is the evolution. This is a committee where we really decide and make policy decisions around who we should bank, how we should behave, the things we should do and not do. And one of the examples that has come up there where Colin or Mr Neve has been enormously helpful is the dilemma of where people potentially use our products and end up causing themselves harm. And the example we use is the use of credit cards for gaming. And while many people use that perfectly responsible, what's our responsibility? And how do we respect people's individual choices and rights, but also consider making sure they're using our product? And Colin, Mr Neve has been instrumental in helping us think through, if we want to make changes there, how to do that in a way that is fair from a customer's perspective.
And where have you landed on the tension between allowing individual autonomy and the social responsibility that the bank has in relation to its products?
So we have an external member on that committee, Dr. Simon Longstaff from the Ethics Centre, who joins us, and he has, with our team, developed an ethical decision-making framework. It's not an algorithm, but it's a framework for how do we consider these questions, and we work through those. So with regard to the use of credit cards for gaming, as a result of that, we've changed a number of things. One, how we deal with people who have got themselves into difficulty and how we think about that in terms of hardship and our approach to that. And probably more importantly, we've made changes to the terms and conditions of our product that will we'll put some speed bumps along the way that make it more difficult for people to use those products irresponsibly.
What sort of speed bumps are you thinking of, Mr. Elliott?
So, for example, to suggest, and it is difficult because we are talking about individual rights here, to suggest that while you may be able to use our products at a gaming venue, we don't want to see people use the maximum credit limits. We want to always have people have some ability and flex left in their cash flow for normal expenses. So we will put essentially a sub-limit in on a card. So if I've got a $5,000 limit, in general, I'm making this up here, but hypothetically, maybe I can only use $4,000 once I hit 4,000, I could not use that product for gaming purposes beyond there. Things like that.
So is that something that you are considering as a way
We
forward?
are actually doing that.
Yes, and you are doing that?
Yes.
Have you commenced
We
implementing that?
We are amending the term. We have to amend the terms and conditions of our products to allow us to do that with our customers.
And what will be the circumstances that define when that sublimit can be set?
So the sublimit will be set by us. We will determine, and again, this has been a complex series of conversations we've had with Mr. Need, not just Mr. Need, but Dr. Longstaff and others, ourselves, about how do we consider the ethics on this. We made a simple, perhaps in hindsight, decision that while people can use their own money to participate in certain legal activities, when you're using a credit card, essentially that's the bank's credit provision, and we do have a responsibility there. And we used a simple analogy to think about this as if we were running a bar. There is a responsibility not to serve people. People can buy alcohol, but at some point not if they're intoxicated. And we tried to apply those principles here to provide some level of protection to customers so that they would not get themselves in harm's way by using our products perhaps irresponsibly.
So just trying for a moment to tease out the practicalities of that.
Yes.
How will you choose the people to whom the sublimit will apply, and how will you determine where to set the sublimit?
Now we get into the complexity of our real life. Essentially what we would do is apply that to everybody and say you can, at ANZ, if you're going to use our this credit product, these are the rules of application. Now there are institutions, some in Australia, minor, smaller players, that do not allow the use of their credit cards in gaming facilities at all. So it's not totally new ground. We have tried to get a balance within our approach, but it would not be by option, it would not be by the customer's choice to set that limit. We looked at that. That becomes incredibly complicated from an operational perspective, and we felt would lend itself to future problems, to be perfectly honest, in terms of our ability to operate that safely.
So it will apply to everyone, and will it be a percentage of the limit that the sublimit is fixed at?
Yes.
And what is the percentage that you're proposing to fix it at?
85%.
Okay, so a customer will be unable to spend might not be the right word, extend more than 85% of their credit at gaming venues?
Well, once they hit 85%, you won't be able to use the final piece in a gaming venue.
So that is a development. I was going to say a proposal, but it's much more than a proposal. This is something you've said you will be doing, that you have been assisted in developing by your customer fairness officer.
Well, he's one of many voices,
Advisor,
but he's an important voice in that.
Yes.
And again, thinking through what was fair. Was it fair for us to impose that decision on our customers? Was there a greater good argument? How did we balance the needs of many?
And what led you to take those steps?
The formulation of our Ethics and Responsible Business Committee, where goes back to our sense of purpose, which we clarified a few years ago, which is to shape a world where people and communities thrive. And we said, well, there are really three important aspects to that. If we're true to it, that would influence surely who we bank. We need to bank people who are aligned with those ambitions. How we behave day to day with our customers when things go wrong, the way that we interact with people, the way we talk to them, and the things that we care about. And so the Ethics and Responsible Business Committee has executive ownership of that purpose and its articulation through the way that we actually operate the bank. And so we asked to deal with difficult issues like this one, and we provide an avenue for having internal debate and setting standards and expectations of our behaviour.
Are there any other changes of that nature to the operation of your products that you are currently considering?
So there are a few. There are some that we have done in terms of who we bank. So we decided, if we believed that we were here to shape a world where communities thrive and people, what did that mean in terms of certain industries that we banked. And so we have made some decisions around that.
What are those decisions,
They're
Mr.
largely
Elliott?
to do with the way we would bank the big tobacco industry, for example. We'd already made decisions around our involvement in banking around parts of the defence industry. So we have any of the sensitive, anything that's sensitive, companies involved in water, companies involved in any kind of land usage. We talk to and have higher expectations of our institutional customers in terms of their thinking, at least, about the environment. So there's a range of things that we have already done and continue to consider.
When you say it's about the way that you bank those sorts of entities, are you saying that you do not permit some of those entities to bank with ANZ?
Yes.
And that was the tobacco organisations, was
Yes.
it? Any others?
Not in the particular, not in kind of whole industries, but certainly we have already made statements around people who operate in coal-fired power, what standards we would apply. You know, so we don't exclude there, but we certainly have emission standards where we say if people are what we believe are a force for good in improving emissions, and we've got some standards that are reasonably well accepted internationally, of where and I know not everybody agrees with this, but where you might determine to be slightly cleaner than not, we apply those standards, for example.
Now, another part of Mr Neve's responsibilities has been reviewing the case studies that ANZ has been involved in this Royal Commission, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And could I ask you to look at ANZ 801-326-7811? Now, this is an email from the 29th of October this year from you to Margot Dargan. Can you explain who Ms Dargan is?
Actually...
Is it actually an email to all of the staff
yes,
at ANZ?
Yes, it's an email to all staff, yes.
Yes, and Ms Dargan's name is the only name that appears, but
yes.
It was an all-staff email
yes,
from you?
That's my recollection. It would have certainly been all Australian staff, if not all staff, yes.
And this is an email that you sent following the lodgement of ANZ's submissions in response to the interim report?
Yes.
And in this email, you said that you had asked Mr Neve to review the ANZ customer case studies. Do you see that towards the middle of the page?
Yes.
To see if there was more ANZ should do to set things right for the customer personally, or to change ANZ's own processes.
Yes, I see that, yes.
And you went on to say that Mr Neve had acted swiftly on one of the case studies to resolve it and would soon meet with the customer concerned to apologise. Which case study and customer was that, Mr Elliott?
I believe we're referring to Mr Regan.
And what was the swift action from Mr Neve to resolve that case study?
So I asked, as it says here, I asked Mr Neve to go back and look at any cases that had come through, just again to pass a different lens to say, are we sure we've acted and done the right thing here? Mr Regan's case from recollection was one of the very first that came up in this room. And so he reviewed the case and made a recommendation that we could actually improve that, and so we have forgiven the debt of Mr Regan, etc., and made some payments to him. Mr Regan has accepted that, and part of the remediation or suggestion from Mr Neve was that I will personally apologise to Mr Regan, which I will do.
When are you planning to do that, Mr Elliott?
It's in my diary. I know it's soon.
In this email, you also referred to nearly 500 emails from customers that you had received and responded to, and analysis that was being done to understand what was new in those emails and what further steps needed to be taken. What was new and what further steps have needed to be taken, Mr Elliott?
So these emails refer to, at my last appearance in the Parliament at the Economics Committee, I volunteered my email address and asked that if any disgruntled customers, that they could share that with me personally. And that was not totally new. I've done that before in terms of on radio, etc. And that's what generated, which is now 600 plus emails. Essentially, those emails are a wide range of issues. I would say 20 or 30% of them are around reasonably, not being dismissive of the issues, but sort of technical one-on-one issues, not necessarily systemic. I didn't get my frequent flyer points on this card transaction. I don't like the interest rate on that product, etc. We've dealt with those. I've answered about another third would be known customer cases where we had already had a complaint in the past and they were just reiterating their point. And then there were a range of other things in there. Every single one of those I've responded to personally. I can't obviously deal with each of them because I'm not in a position to know the detail. We've set up a team, of which Miss Young here is the leader, and we resolve those to the best of our ability. We meet every 2 to 3 weeks to go through the outstanding list and see that they are resolved.
I'll tender this email, Commissioner.
Email from Elliott to all ANZ staff, 29 October 18, concerning response to interim report ANZ 801 326 7811, Exhibit 7.123.
Now, the documents suggest, Mr Elliott, that there are 4 things that Mr Neve is going to do as part of his review of the case studies. He's going to firstly review the evidence, the findings and ANZ's submissions to assess whether a settlement offer should be made to the customer or whether a settlement offer that had been made was fair and reasonable.
Yes.
Next, he's going to determine if ANZ should apologise or make any other communication to the customer.
Yes.
Then he's going to consider any other action that would enable ANZ to propose a customer outcome that's fair and reasonable.
Yes.
And finally, after those steps have been taken, Mr Neve is going to provide a report and recommendations to you. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, Mr Neve was told not to review certain topics, including ANZ's policies for providing services to remote communities that were examined in the 4th round of hearings. Why was that, Mr Elliott?
So we took an inventory of all the issues that were raised through the hearings, and we essentially made sure there was a stream of work and somebody was accountable for following those issues. In those cases, we have a different approach, so they're not being ignored. In fact, on that particular one, as it has transpired, we are seeking Mr Neve's help on that one. In fact, I saw him this morning and he gave me a verbal report, an update. He'd just spent some time in the Northern Territories, and so he will be involved in that one. But there was just to make sure we were really clear what we're asking Mr Neve to do, and we have others that are working on other issues.
When is Mr Neve going to complete his review of the case studies?
I couldn't give you a date, but it won't be too far away. He's working through them in addition to the individual we've already discussed. He also has already made a recommendation around ANZ Assured, which we will be implementing. I don't know, but I would imagine it's, perhaps early in the new year.
Has he made any other recommendations in relation to the case studies other than the ANZ Assured recommendation?
Not formally, not to my knowledge. No, I don't believe he has yet.
All right. Now, can I take you to Mr Neve's recommendation in relation to ANZ Assured, ANZ 801 351 0007? I'm sorry, 0008. I apologise. Now, this is a report of Mr Neve's review of another case study examined in the 1st round of hearings, which involved ANZ making unsolicited offers of pre-approved overdraft facilities of $500 or $1,000,
Yes.
and that was part of the Commission's inquiries into responsible lending practices.
Yes.
And Mr Neve recommended in this report that ANZ enter into discussions with ASIC about remediation of all customers who took up a pre-approved offer for an ANZ Assured facility from January 2011.
Yes.
And that involved refunding all fees and interest charged to customers on those facilities since 2011, as well as compensation for the time value of money.
Correct.
Attend to that document, Commissioner.
Neve's memorandum concerning recommendation about ANZ Assured, ANZ 801 351 0008, Exhibit 7.124.
Do you think, Mr Elliott, that the Customer Fairness Advisor helps you to minimise reputational risk?
I imagine that he does.
Do you think that he helps you to minimise the risk of regulatory intervention?
He should. I mean, if he's effective in his role, and I have every confidence he will be, yes, an outcome should be that, yes.
And you mentioned earlier that you've taken steps to ensure as best as possible his independence within your organisation. Can I ask you about some of those? And I see you already seem to have some doubts about whether they are entirely effective. Is that a
Yeah,
fair
you can
reading
tell
of that
that.
facial
Yes.
expression?
He's an employee of the company, so, you know, he's not totally independent. We try to make him as independent as we can, but it's not without its own challenges, obviously.
Well, what you've done to attempt to make him independent is put him on a fixed 3-year term, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And that's not renewable?
No, I don't think it was envisaged to be renewable.
And his remuneration is was determined at the outset of the 3-year term, so there can't be any adjustments to his remuneration in the period, is that right?
That was the understanding we agreed to, yes.
And his remuneration is a base salary only. He's not eligible for any form of variable remuneration.
That is correct.
And you considered those measures necessary because of your desire to try and keep him independent from the operational parts of the organisation, is that right?
That was certainly a major factor in it. And there was a recognition that this was an unusual role as an advisor. I would suggest that the closest similar role would actually be, in many ways, how we would engage with external advisors on various issues where we would pay a fee, consulting fee, that was not necessarily linked to outcomes. So it's a hybrid between that external advisory piece where we would pay a fixed amount and, you know, a staff member. So it was a consideration, yes. That was the simple answer to your question.
Do the other major banks have people like Mr Neve? Do they have customer fairness advisors performing his sorts of functions?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, another step that ANZ's taken to improve its approach to customer remediation that you've touched on already is the creation of this responsible banking tribe or team. And that was created in April this year.
That was its formal kick-off, yes.
And how many staff are in that responsible banking team?
So that relates to the Australia business, so it does not include our wealth colleagues. The last count I saw was around 165 people, and speaking to the leader of that team in the last week, we have approved, I believe, they're in the market to hire another 50 people.
Sorry, 50?
Another 50.
Yes.
So you intend to have more than 200 people
Yes.
working in this team?
Yes.
And how many remediations is the team currently working on?
Oh, you're testing my... I couldn't give you an exact number. I believe it's certainly more than 10.
And do you think you have enough staff to cover all of those remediations, Mr Elliott?
In an ideal world, no, we don't. And the issue here is it's not actually about the numbers of people. It's about their subject matter expertise. These are complicated. This is not... The solution here is not merely to hire more people. We need to find people with the right skills in order to be effective. In speaking to the leader of that team, we have said to her, including in front of our board, that she has essentially no restriction on resourcing. It's for her to determine the optimal number of people and amount of money to spend to get the best outcome.
There was a discussion at your board meeting last month about adding another 100 people to
Yes.
that team, is that right?
Yes.
And the extra 50 people are part of that?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes. It's the first 50, yes.
Has ANZ met each of the timelines that it has given the Commission throughout the year in relation to customer remediation?
Not specifically. I would say that Of the ones that I've reviewed, there was around half a dozen, 4 from the Wealth Division and a couple from the Australia Division. Many have slipped a little bit, but they're on track.
Well, as of the 19th of October, ANZ had not met the timelines given to the Commission in relation to the rebating of trail commissions to approximately 6,000 customers.
That's correct. Yes, I believe that's correct, yes.
And had not met the timeline given to the Commission in relation to reimbursing advisor service fees that had been incorrectly deducted from the accounts of about 3,000 customers.
Yes, I believe there's a delay in that area, yes.
And had not met the timeline given to the Commission in relation to the remediation of customers for issues arising from systems disclosure problems connected with life insurance in superannuation.
I can't recall that one.
You don't
but
recall that one?
I take your word for it, yes.
Now, each of those matters I want to suggest to you were matters where ANZ told the Commission that they would remediate those matters by mid-July this year.
Again, I can't recall, but I'm sure that's the case, yes.
Just to be fair, I'll bring up a document, ANZ 801-339-2386.
Yes.
So this is an email from the 19th of October that lists dates advised to the Royal Commission that have either been missed or are under pressure. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm familiar with this document, yes.
Yes, and you see the references in the final column to mid-2018, first half of 2018, July 2018.
Yes, I do.
So those timelines had not been met by the 19th of October. Why is that, Mr. Elliott?
If I could just have a minute to familiarise myself with the
Yes.
detail. Thank you. Again, I can't comment on the specifics in terms of why the delays have been. I know, just again for context, the 3 that you're referring to are in the Wealth Division, which is not part of that remediation tribe, the one we talked about with 165 and the extra people, so it's a separate part of the bank. That's no excuse, but just for clarity.
Can I just ask you to pause there and
Yes.
why is that? Why is the Wealth Division not serviced by the same sort of
So,
dedicated
yes, well,
remediation team?
Yeah, very good question. And the reason is it's exactly a symptom and a result of the way we've run the business over many years. The reason so as I said, Wealth was actually separated from ANZ Group probably around 2011 or a date around then when we created this Wealth Division, separated it, gave its own governance structures, its own management. They actually were physically separated. There were all sorts of reasons why that was the case, and therefore it's been managed separately. That is the reason it has a separate approach to remediation. The reason we have not pulled those together at this stage is you will be aware that we have made some strategic decisions to dispose of our superannuation business, our aligned dealer groups, and our life insurance company. And it would be disruptive, I think, further disruptive to these remediations to try and centralise remediation at the same time as we were making those transactions. So this is not good enough. But I can't give you the specifics in each case what the specific delay is.
We see that the second last one and the last one in the table don't relate to the Wealth Division. They
That's
relate
correct.
to the Australia Division. The second last item, which I think relates to one of the processing errors examined in the first round of hearings. Have I got that right?
Yes, that's right.
The Royal Commission was informed that ANZ was targeting December this year to complete payment, but completion is now April 2019.
Yes.
So despite all of the progress that we've been discussing that ANZ has made in relation to customer remediation, there is still some way to go. Do you agree, Mr Elliott?
I do agree, and on this one, I totally agree. And again, the commitment was there. It certainly was our target, and the team was resourced appropriately. But like many of these things, you don't know what you don't know. And as these remediations progress, they uncover more difficulty. So, for example, what I've been informed in this particular case, and I think it relates to some of the others, not the wealth ones, is it is far easier to remediate a customer that remains a customer of ANZ, who is still with us, and we have their accounts, and we can actually make those payments to their accounts in reasonable good time. When a customer has subsequently left ANZ and is now a customer somewhere else, that presents a certain difficulty. We made a decision here. We had two choices in this case. Again, a tactical solution, do a manual workaround to meet the deadline, or to invest in a strategic solution that would enable us to make payments to other financial institutions more effectively in real time, that would cause a small delay to this one, but ultimately mean all future remediations would be faster. And that's the decision that we made.
How long do you think is an acceptable time to remediate customers?
Well, first of all, it's unacceptable that we have to remediate them in the first place. And again, I know that sounds simplistic, but it is. It has to be as quickly as possible. Our limitations to date relate to the complexity we've built into our business over time. Again, our fault, shouldn't have happened, but it did. We are getting better at this. In the future, with better processes and a simpler bank, the timescales will come down dramatically.
Documents that ANZ's produced suggest that success for your responsible banking tribe will be demonstrated by the first customer payments occurring within 3 months of the matter moving to that team.
Yes.
When do you think ANZ will be consistently remediating its customers within that sort of timeline?
I can't give you a date on that. I don't know. My job is to hold that team to account, to be sure that they're fully resourced to achieve that objective. I don't want them to achieve it at all costs in the sense of doing something silly to get there, and neither do I accept that 3 months is the end game, that it should not improve further from there.
I'll tender this document, Commissioner.
Email from Laurent concerning RC ROG 191018 ANZ 801339238 Exhibit 7.125.
You mentioned earlier, Mr Elliott, decommissioning of products and the large number of products that you've decommissioned in recent times. Is ANZ also proactively reviewing its product terms and conditions against a description of your systems and processes to confirm that your products are in fact operating as they're intended to operate?
Yes, we are.
And when did you begin that project?
Oh, again, my memory fails me on that. It's been a little while. I couldn't give you a date. It's well underway though. There's a significant number of products that are currently under review. There remain some that we have not begun, but we're progressively working it through. And
has the project identified products that are not operating as intended?
I believe so. I couldn't give you an example here today, but I'm led to believe that it has been a useful exercise. And I believe that it's part of that process that has uncovered further remediation requirements.
Now, I want to move on to a different topic.
Just before you do that, does that work suggest any need for, does it provide any assistance in product design processes within the organisation?
Yes, it does. It has been, and again, it's undergoing. The team have told us that as a result of doing that work, their learnings absolutely will help us be more thoughtful about future product design to avoid repeats of these issues.
You know, I should say to you that I am struck by both the number and size industry-wide, not confining this to ANZ Banking Group. I am struck by the number and size of so-called processing or administrative errors. Now, the immediate response I have is, why was this not fixed before the event? Why is it coming out after the event? Now, is that, no doubt it is naive and simple, but approach to it, but are these things that can and should be picked off at product design level?
Yes. Can I, if I may, I would suggest two things. One, if we just look at some of the data. So applying for a mortgage and processing that through sounds reasonably simple. There are 408 steps in that process at ANZ. A large number of those steps are manual. That's why things go wrong in the first place. You know? So, and there's a myriad of systems behind it all, technology. So that in itself is complex and it's not fit for purpose, and we're redesigning that. If you then disaggregate the management of that value chain, all those steps, and I'm responsible for bits of it and you're responsible for other pieces, this is what contributes to the problem in terms of the number of issues. This issue of no accountability, that we did not have a governance structure that says I am accountable from the design of the product through to its implementation, and if something goes wrong, remediating it, and importantly, keeping it fit for purpose. Laws change, technology changes. I'm accountable for all of it. If we never had that single point of accountability.
Yes.
And that in and of itself, again, that won't solve everything, but that will mean a far greater opportunity that people take due care in design and oversight of these systems so that they do not break in the future.
Do you have that single point of accountability now, Mr. Elliott?
We are building towards that. As I mentioned, we have reorganised the bank in terms of reporting lines. Part of what we call new ways of working, our way of getting work done, is designed to resolve some of that. So the teams who build things are responsible for their maintenance, and they're responsible for fixing them, keeping them current. So we are in the process of that. We've made, I think, a big step forward in the last 2 years.
And how far away do you think you are from having that?
Well, for the Australia division, we have the structure in place that allows that. Now it's about embedding the behaviours that go with that. Without belittling it, we are asking people to change habits they will have learnt over many years, if not decades. And that learning is proceeding at present. So in terms of further transformation, we're not aiming, with respect to the Australia business, to make more changes. It's now embedding those and building these new habits and holding people to account, building the scorecards that are appropriate, making sure the incentives are set appropriately. We clearly have work to do there. Making sure we actually do hold people to account, that we do reward people for doing the right thing, but also there are consequences when people are negligent.
And how are you going to evaluate your success?
Well, might sound simplistic, but we'll have less things to remediate. We'll have less customer complaints. We'll have actually a greater sense of employee engagement and ownership for what they do.
I said I wanted to move to a different topic, Mr. Elliott, which is the accessibility of banking services. In ANZ's submissions in response to the interim report, ANZ said that it recognised the importance of providing assistance to customers who may face obstacles to accessing banking services by reason of geographical remoteness or cultural, linguistic or financial literacy barriers.
Yes.
Do you think that it is important to ensure that banking services remain accessible throughout Australia?
I believe that is an issue for the community and the economy, I'm not sure that that suggests that ANZ has that sole responsibility, obviously, but we play a role in that.
And tell me about that role that you see yourselves as having as opposed to the role for the economy or the community more broadly.
Our role is to ensure that the customers we have today are fairly treated, that we consider their own needs in terms of access, and that when we respond to changes of customer behaviour, changes in the nature of the economy, changes in technology, that we do so in a thoughtful and responsive way. I do not believe that extends to us seeking out the provision of banking to all sectors of the community that, you know, we do not currently bank.
In the days that followed your appointment as CEO, Mr. Elliott, back in October 2015, you visited a number of regional branches in Victoria and in New South Wales. Why did you do that?
I did that because my background, as you will have seen from my history, is largely on the corporate and institutional side of the bank. I have a limited exposure to retail banking in my own professional career, and partly it was sending an important signal, and culture is a lot of building culture is about signals, a symbol that says I thought it was important, and that I think, and I do. So it was to be visible, so I believe in, and I wanted to learn from what our branch network, what they did and what they believed in and what they hold dear to what their business was.
And beyond that trip, how much time have you spent in ANZ's regional, rural and remote branches?
Well, remote is difficult, just for the obvious reasons. I will have visited over my 3 years well over 100 branches. Not all of them are remote, but I travel reasonably regularly. When I do, I try to utilise or go to local branches, whether that's here in Australia or other parts of our network. I couldn't give you an exact amount of time, but it's significant.
And do you,
maybe not significant in the total scheme of things, but I make an effort.
do you have any observations about the importance of bank branches to local communities?
Not of any great depth, other than I appreciate that, like many services, they're an important part of the fabric of any community, whether that community, wherever that community might be, but it is of particular importance and value in smaller communities, which in Australia tends to highly correlate to more regional and remote communities.
And how many branches has ANZ closed in the last decade?
From my count, it's around 110.
And how many of them have been closed this year?
In the last, so first of all, just to give that number, the 110 from those are the gross number of branches closed. We have opened some along the way as well, so there's a redistribution of our network. In the last year, it would be probably around 50.
Sorry, I mean this calendar year. Is that around 50 this calendar year?
It would be, in this calendar year, probably less, probably 35.
And what about last year? How many branches did you close last year?
Again, I couldn't be exact. The calendar year would be about the same. It would be somewhere between 30 and 50.
In the past decade, documents that ANZ has produced show that ANZ's closed 55 branches in inner regional Australia. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And 44 branches in outer regional Australia.
I believe so, yes.
I can bring up this document if it assists you, Mr. Elliott.
Sure.
It's ANZ 80137700001. And we've had to do some maths, Mr. Elliott, because
Yes, I was going to
there
say
are no numbers in this document. But on our tally, because the document is divided between inner regional, outer regional, and remote. Perhaps if we could bring up the second page. No, perhaps if we could bring up the last page, 0004, you'll see that it works its way down to remote and very remote. So on our maths, it's 55 branches in inner regional, 44 in outer regional, 6 in remote Australia, and 4 in very remote Australia.
Yes.
Now, you said that this year ANZ had closed, I think you said about 35 branches.
My understanding.
Why so many branches this year, Mr. Elliott?
Well, consumer behaviour is changing very quickly. And not that it's changed just this year, but over the last few years, we're seeing a number of fundamental changes. The Reserve Bank Governor the other day referred to the fact that cash, the usage of cash, is almost becoming a niche payment solution. What do people do in branches? Much of it is related to cash, either deposits or withdrawals. So what we're seeing is a significant fall in traffic in our shops, if you will. That fall has approached 20 to 30% over a couple of years and shows no sign of slowing. So essentially we are confronted with a dilemma where we have shops and a distribution network with less and less people in it, and therefore at some point they become uneconomic, and then we have the difficult decision to decide whether, at what level, do we maintain them for other reasons, and at which point we say we need to take alternative arrangements. At the same time, what we have seen is a rapid increase in the use of technology for people who prefer to do their banking on their phone or at home, or even in some cases on the phone. And so it's really a behavioural change that we're seeing, and we are, in a sense, reacting to that.
Now, I want to ask you about a number of things that you just mentioned in that answer. You said that cash transactions were a large part of what happens in branches. People might also need to go into branches to verify their identity when they're unable to do so
That's true.
over the phone. This is something that's referred to in ANZ's submissions in response to the interim report.
Yes.
Do people tend to like to go into branches when they're discussing something as significant as a home loan?
Yes, perhaps, although I would say for ANZ, and we may be different than our peer group, our home loan book, only less than a third of home loans are originated through a branch. 55% come through brokers, and another roughly 15% come through our mobile banking network. We send somebody to you. So the branch network is not a terribly efficient or well-used avenue for home loans.
But it's a third of your home loan book still. People
It's
like
a third
to
of
come
the home loan book, yes.
People like to come into the branch to talk about taking out a home loan.
Yes, some do, yes.
Well, about a third of your home loan customers. You also mentioned a 20 to 30% fall in traffic in your shops. Now, is that 20 to 30% across your branch network, or are you referring to particular areas?
No, so that's in the areas where we ultimately are faced with that decision. I can't recall the total traffic numbers. We have two types of customers who come into a branch. We have our consumer retail customers, and then we have small business. The last report I saw from our network was that retail traffic, the number of people coming in and the number of things they do when they are there, is falling. I can't remember the exact numbers, but from recollection it's close to perhaps 10% per annum. Small business usage remains reasonably solid, so it's not shrinking.
You also referred to the rapid increase in technology, and
Yes.
I assume there you're referring to the ability to use digital banking
Yes.
services. Do you agree that ANZ's capability to offer banking services to its customers by digital means lags behind the capability of your peers?
So that's a subjective question. It's always difficult to know. We certainly have had that in the past. We're making significant investments to change that, A, to close the gap, and to be better. At a simplistic level, and it's not the only answer, but if we look at mobile banking, so your ability to use an ANZ app on the App Store, our app today, which was re-platformed earlier in the year, is the #1 rated app of the majors in Australia. And so I think we are doing a lot better on that side, and will continue to.
You're closing the gap, in your words.
Yes, and perhaps have some leadership in some areas.
Were there cases in which, of those 109 branches that were closed over the last decade, the closure of the ANZ branch was the closure of the last bank branch in the town?
I'm sure that will be the case. I couldn't tell you the number.
You don't know how many of them
No, I
would
do
fit
not.
into that situation?
No.
I want to ask you about the considerations that ANZ takes into account when making a decision to close a branch. What role do financial considerations play for ANZ?
Well, they play a role. They're a factor. So first, I can't talk with any confidence about how those decisions were made in the past. You're talking over a 10-year period. I can tell you a little bit more, give a bit more flavour as to how those decisions are made today. First of all, we're struck with this quite difficult conundrum as an industry, and certainly at ANZ, which I think is hard to see in others, which is our customers, when they talk about service, they talk about the branch. That's what people imagine service to be. There's very little correlation between what happens in the branch and the economic outcome to the bank. What most people do in a branch drives very little value. We don't charge fees for most of what they do. It is a service that is not necessarily correlated to where we generate our profits or earnings. That's quite unusual for most industries. And that delinkage is actually accelerating. More people use brokers, for example. So we end up in this situation where some of our customers, home loan customers, are essentially subsidising, if you will, through us, the provision of a branch network, because they're not correlated. And so that causes us a real dilemma. So when you say, there's a long-winded answer to your question, but when you say the financials, our branches don't have a P&L. We don't say what is the profit and loss of the Daylesford branch. What we look at typically is how many customer interactions are they having? What is the nature of those interactions? Are they interactions that could be done at an ATM? Or are they actually, to your point, conversations around home loans or advice? We look at that. We look at the kinds of transactions that are available in that area, home loans, deposits, and others. And then we consider what the alternatives are for those. If we were to close a branch, what the alternatives would be. Are there technology solutions like leaving ATMs, which today can do a vast array of things for people? Are there other banks close by? Is there an ANZ branch close by? And so we apply a lot of those factors into making the decision. It's not an algorithm, it's not a formula. It is inevitably requires some level of judgment on behalf of my colleagues in the Australia division.
In the course of the evidence that Mr Tapsell from ANZ gave in the fourth round of hearings, Mr Tapsell was taken to a document containing a proposal for accelerated branch closures, which appeared to have been prepared for a discussion with you in April last year.
That's right.
Did that proposal proceed?
I would have to see the paper to remember. I know the paper you're talking about.
Yes.
From recollection, there were two proposals. One was there an opportunity to essentially sell
Yes.
branches, and the others was to continue with a branch-by-branch closure program, if you will.
Yes.
I do recall that. The proposal, so we did not proceed with the option to sell branches. I recall the meeting quite vividly, and I recall that the business owners' recommendation was to continue with the approach that had been in place for some time, which was to take branches on a case-by-case basis.
And what were the reasons why the decision was ultimately made to accept that recommendation, Mr. Elliott?
In weighing up the factors here, economic, as you point out, the impact on customers, what customers were likely to do, and I can't remember if it was in that paper, but we certainly have had, because we had data available from the other branches we've closed, we had reasonably good data to understand, well, what do customers do? Do they move banks? Do they stay? Do they use ATMs, etc.? I remember that was discussed as part of it, and the view was taken that on balance, the closure program was effective in achieving the right balance between customer needs at a reasonable cost for the organisation.
Do you consider the loss of employment as a result of a closure of a branch?
Yes, it is one of the factors. I would say, again, though, in most cases we're talking the number of staff that work in a branch today is radically reduced from the past. I can't remember the average, but it's, half a dozen or so people in general. And many of the branches we're talking about here would be less, might be 3. That's not to dismiss that, and obviously it's a factor, and even 3 jobs in a small town can be meaningful, I understand that, but it is a factor. And, for example, some of the analysis that we do around restructures like that is to understand, were those people offered redeployment in the ANZ network because there are other jobs available, albeit they might be at some distance, etc. So we do take it into account.
Do you consider the demographics of the population catered for by the branch?
I know that we do so subjectively. I could not tell you that it's done with a high degree of objectivity in terms of any... I can't recall seeing specific analysis about age demographic, for example, but I know it's discussed.
Should it be discussed with a greater degree of objectivity and formality, Mr. Elliott?
Perhaps. And the reason I say perhaps is there is a degree of generalisation that's applied to this, and an assumption that older people are somehow uncomfortable with technology. That's not necessarily our experience. And so while I think we should consider it, absolutely, I would worry that it would draw us into gross generalisations around what our customers actually want.
All right. I want to ask you a little more about those matters, but I do see the time, and I need to tender, Commissioner, the branch closure list, which is ANZ 801377001.
Becomes Exhibit 7.126. 2 p.m.
Yes, thank you,
Can you be
Commissioner.
back in
Yes.
time to begin at 2 p.m, please, Mr. Elliott?
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Orr.
Mr. Elliott, I had been asking you before lunch about ANZ's consideration of the demographics of the population catered for by a branch that you're considering closing, and you had indicated that you didn't want to make an assumption that older people were uncomfortable with technology, and I take up the issue of technology with you a bit more. Could I ask that you look at ANZ 801347484? This This is one of what appear to be a number of letters that have been sent by members of Parliament to ANZ once ANZ has announced that it proposes to close a particular branch. This one is from Mr DeLuc, a member of the South Australian Parliament, and relates to your closure of the ANZ branch in Blackwood, South Australia. Now, Mr DeLuc in this letter points out that the proposed closure of that branch in October this year concerned an area that was susceptible to mobile phone black spots, from which the nearest branch would then be a 45-minute bus ride away. Now, I want to ask you about this problem, areas where technology does not service the community well. How does ANZ then factor those matters into its decisions about branch closures?
So it's a good example, and there's no formula here. There's no objective test, I believe, that we can apply here. It is a factor that needs to be taken into account. To be honest, I can't sit here and tell you that in every single case of a branch closure decision, we consider and do sufficient research to understand the availability of technology in this particular case. We do typically consider how close the nearest ANZ alternatives branches are. We do consider whether there are other bank providers in town or close by, whether they are a major or a regional bank or others. And until recently, we had also been able to consider an alternative, the bank at post relationship that we historically were able to offer as an alternative, which we are no longer able to do. So we do consider those, but not this black spot issue. I accept that.
And should you consider those matters further, Mr Elliott?
Potentially, I think there's merit in giving that some thought.
Well, it's problematic for the people of the community, isn't it, if they can't use the alternative of digital access to your banking services because technology does not reach those communities in the way that it reaches us in metropolitan areas.
I accept that, and I think we should take it into account. As I mentioned, it's an alternative, it's not the only one. As a result of the decision we've made not to continue with the bank at post relationship or the alternative, we are investigating different ways of servicing customers in these communities. I can't tell you what that will resolve or what that will result in, but for example, there are alternative providers who remain in these towns who provide different services that could provide basic banking services for us. And again, as an example, I'm led to believe that some time ago, ANZ had a relationship where pharmacists might be able to provide basic banking services, just like we do until now the bank at post services. So there are other alternative providers like that. We're looking at different solutions using technology, using what we would term a smart ATM to be able to leave machines that can cope with most of what customers need in a town, etc. So we're looking at alternatives.
And you've talked about the discontinuation of the bank at post arrangement.
Yes.
What happened there?
So 3 or 4 years ago, we had entered into an agreement like the other major banks and some of the other banks where if our customers could go to a post office, many of them who are licensed post offices, so essentially like a franchise, and they could do basic banking there. They could make a deposit, withdraw cash, etc. It was a face-to-face, not unlike going to a branch. The post office retains 3,000 odd outlets across the country, many of them in remote areas. We used to pay a per transaction fee of, forgive me, but roughly somewhere between $2.50 and $3 for every transaction, even if it was a balance inquiry. That was perfectly fine. That came up for renegotiation, and the Post advised us that they were going to impose what they called a community access fee of around $25 million that we would have to pay per annum in order to avail ourselves of that service and still pay the per transaction fee. When the other banks have signed that, we have a slightly different profile of customer. When we did the maths, how many people were actually using it, our effective per transaction cost was approaching almost $20 per transaction, and it became, despite our attempts to reach a negotiated settlement with the Aussie Post, we were unable to, and so we've agreed to terminate that relationship and seek an alternative.
Are you proposing to close further branches over the next year or so?
I have not seen a prescribed list of, there may well be some that we have agreed. I haven't seen a latest version of that. I imagine that we will have to consider further closures in the next 2 years.
And will the fact that you will no longer be able to offer this service through Bank at Post bear on those decisions?
Yes, it will.
In your view, Mr. Elliott, are there circumstances in which banks should continue to operate branches in regional or remote locations, even when those branches are not profitable?
I have given this some thought, not alone, but with our team. It's not an easy topic. Unlike other people or other industries that get discussed in these terms, like telecommunications, for example, we do not have a monopoly. We have a relatively small market share. ANZ's share of what we would consider traditional banking is around 15%. It is problematic, I think, for us to consider any obligations to provide universal service to the community. I'm not saying we should ignore it, but I think it's a very complex decision for us because it imposes cost and risk to us that must be paid for and borne by somebody.
Well, the Commission received analysis undertaken by the Financial Sector Union as part of its submissions following the Module 4 round of hearings, and that analysis indicated that for the 2017 financial year, ANZ's profit was $6.938 million, and the financial contribution of branch closures to this profit was 0.32%. Have you seen those figures, Mr. Elliott?
So the profit you're referring to is $1 billion, $6.9 billion. No, that's okay.
I said million.
No, yes, that's okay.
Sorry, billion.
No. I'm not familiar with the other piece of data they referred to, the 0.32%. I'm not quite sure what that's referring to.
Do you accept that it's a very, very small contribution to your profit, the financial impact on ANZ of branch closures?
Absolutely. But again, that's not necessarily the reason we make these decisions. For example, the operating risk of running a network in regional and remote Australia, it brings with it operational risk. Exactly many of the complexity factors that have led us here today, I'm not suggesting for a minute they all relate back to the branch network, but it's another example. I'm not convinced that ANZ is very good at it in terms of running regional and remote branches.
Why is that?
Because it's complex, because it brings with it different requirements in terms of understanding the customers in those communities and the various challenges that go with it. And then just a operational risk. In order to service those, we struggle with finding appropriate, again, not in all cases, but at times employees, the ability to provide, despite your comments earlier about the telecommunications network, to provide reliable bandwidth into those communities, which is essential in terms of the provision of our service, because we need it to be connected. We need to send and arrange for delivery of documents and cash and all sorts of things that each represent a point of operational risk.
And do you ever consider, when you're making these decisions, reducing the opening hours of the branch rather than closing it entirely?
Yes, we do. And I know for a fact that we do that in our New Zealand operation, and we have done that successfully, where we move, for example, to only so many days a week or only mornings, etc. The reality is, and I'm not totally aware that that's been tested here in our Australian network, I'd have to check. Essentially, that doesn't really change very much. The cost and risk that I'm referring to exists whether the branch is open 3 hours a day or 5 hours a day or 3 days a week or 5 days a week, it can help a little bit, but it's not, I don't believe it's necessarily the long-term solution.
Could I tender this letter, Commissioner?
What's its date?
It is dated the 31st of August this year.
Letter from Look to Mr Elliott, 31 August 18, ANZ 801347 for 4804, Exhibit 7.127.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about changes relating to banking accessibility that ANZ has made since the 4th round of hearings of the Royal Commission. But before I turn to those changes, we see from documents produced by ANZ that prior to that round of hearings, your Group General Counsel commented that ANZ was expecting the issues in that round of hearings to be particularly difficult. Have you seen that communication?
It's certainly familiar. Yes, I believe so, yes.
And do you know why he considered that to be the case?
Could you just remind me the nature of the 4th round?
I'm sorry,
yeah,
the 4th round was the round that dealt with issues affecting people in rural, regional communities in Brisbane and in Darwin, and there were ANZ case studies in both of those weeks, one relating to the landmark cases in the first week, and then case studies in the second week relating to access issues, particularly experienced by Indigenous people.
Yes, no, thank you for that. Yes, I do recall that we had, in addition to the email exchange, just a conversation at ANZ that, in fact, both issues were likely to be difficult because we knew we'd had failings in both areas. We knew that both areas were highly and understandably emotional for customers and the community. And I believe it also referred to the fact that it was likely, in the way that the issues were unfolding through this commission, that ANZ would be, if you will, front and centre on those issues that we were charged with being the case studies on these. And so that was particularly difficult for us, and we accepted it was things that we could have and should have dealt with better in the past.
After that round of hearings, you sent an email to two of your staff members, Mr Brown, the Group General Manager of Corporate Affairs, and Mr Presland, the Acting Managing Director of Retail Distribution.
Yes, I remember, yes.
We'll just bring that up. It's ANZ 80134700130. You said to those two people, given the recent testimony at the Royal Commission, it would be useful for the ExCo to understand the number of branches and outlets that are similar to Groote Eylandt and Katherine, where the customer base could be predominantly or with a reasonable share of customers who may be deemed to be vulnerable, likely to be Centrelink dependent, and or where financial literacy may be a challenge. I realise that is broad, but I assume you can use your judgment and give us a sense of the number and scale of branches in this category and where they are.
Yes.
Thank you. This is not urgent, but we do need to understand the extent of the remediation issue ahead.
Yes.
Now, what motivated you to send this email, Mr Elliott?
Well, in the preparation for that round, while I had been loosely aware of the issues, particularly around Groote Eylandt, it gave me the opportunity to become much more familiar with the details there. And I was, obviously, with the case study that was presented, I was concerned about it. It was not something we were proud of. And I wanted to understand, as a result of that, whether this was systemic, whether we had a broader issue. And to help me understand that, a piece of data would be the question, well, essentially what this is, how many other places have the potential to look like this? We'll certainly have the ingredients that may well lend to similar problems.
And what did you mean by we do need to understand the extent of the remediation issue ahead?
So in here, I guess I'm not using the word remediation in the formal sense of the term, a compensation, etc., but more to say, if we believe that we've had failings and we've let down or failed to meet community standards and expectations with respect to the examples we saw, Where else might that be? I need to understand the extent. Is this isolated? Is it, 100 cases? Is it, what exactly would the scale potentially be, so that we can understand and decide what the right thing is to do?
And what did you learn as a result of the work that you requested?
So what I've learnt, and forgive me if I get the data wrong, but that we have something like 19 branches that would be, and 2 outlets, so 21 in total, that would fit the accepted definition of something that looks like Groot Island. It was 21 of those, and there was a further 22, if I'm not mistaken, branches where the demographic of that branch of the local community would tend to indicate there was a high degree of customers there who were reliant on Centrelink payments, and it's not a perfect definition, but it's an indicator of potential vulnerability of those customers. So in total, about 40 outlets of our 640 would meet this definition. That's what I've learnt. I haven't had the opportunity at this stage to take that further to understand or make any sorts of recommendations or approach to look at what should we do or what can we do.
I'll tender that email, Commissioner.
Email Elliott to Brown concerning branch network, 16 July 18, ANZ 80134700130, exhibit 7.128.
Now, since that round of hearings, ANZ's taken several steps directed to assisting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander customers living in regional and remote locations.
Yes.
I want to take you to some of those which are set out in ANZ's submissions in response to the interim report. You've now committed to working with Indigenous leaders to rework your security questions for customers who need to verify their identity over the phone.
I believe so, yes.
To make those questions more meaningful to those customers. And you've decided to offer a telephone service staffed by employees with special training in assisting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander customers.
Yes.
Now, in ANZ's submissions following that round of hearings, ANZ expressed reservations about offering that sort of service. Are you aware of that?
I can't recall the detail of what was in the submission, to be honest.
ANZ told the Commission that type of service would necessarily be relatively small in scale and it would result in fewer staff being available to assist those customers at any one time. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And that it would be particularly vulnerable to the impact of events such as staff turnover.
Yes.
But you've revised that view. Those things don't stand in the way of you now offering that service?
I can't tell you that we're currently offering that service. I know we plan to. I don't think those things get in the way. My recollection, we're pointing out operational challenges of providing that securely and safely over periods of time.
The submissions that were filed in response to the interim report suggest that the provision of this service will be subject to consultation with Indigenous community members. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds right, yes.
And since providing the Commission with submissions following that round of hearings, you've also now decided to cease providing informal overdraft facilities on transaction accounts that you detect are in receipt of certain Centrelink benefits.
Yes, I believe so. That's right, yes.
And the effect will be that from the end of this month, certain Centrelink recipients, as identified by your systems, will be unable to unintentionally overdraw their transaction accounts except in very limited circumstances.
That's my understanding, yes.
And why have you taken that step?
Well, I think it was a recognition that our services had the potential to cause unintended harm to customers who perhaps were not as familiar as they could be in terms of how to responsibly use those products. And so, while there was no ill intent as far as I can determine, we felt it better to put these safety mitigants in place, if you will, to try to ameliorate that risk.
And also, since that round of hearings, you've committed to cease charging dishonour fees on pensioner advantage accounts.
Yes.
And finally, you're taking additional steps to comply with the 90% arrangements.
Yes,
Are you familiar with the 90% arrangements, Mr. Elliott?
I am in broad terms, yes.
So they're formalised in a voluntary code of operation developed by the Department of Human Services and the Department of Veterans Affairs, and signatory banks agree that the default position is that recipients of government benefits should be able to retain at least 90% of those benefits in any fortnightly period.
Yes,
And the practical effect of those arrangements is that if a customer in receipt of those benefits owes the bank money, the bank shouldn't be able to deduct any more than 10% of the customer's benefits to pay down the debt unless the customer consents to that.
that's my understanding, yes.
And in Mr Tapsell's evidence, in that round of hearings, Mr Tapsell accepted that ANZ didn't meet best practice because it required customers to opt in to receive the benefit of the 90% arrangements. Have you seen that evidence?
Yes, I do recall that evidence, yes.
And what steps are you now taking to increase the uptake of your customers on the 90% arrangements?
I could not tell you with any degree of confidence, to be honest.
Right. The submissions that were filed in response to the interim report refer to updates to your website and
Yes.
talking to your frontline staff about these matters and encouraging your collection staff to promote the arrangements as well.
That sounds familiar, yes.
But does ANZ still intend to offer the 90% arrangements only on an opt-in basis to customers?
I would have to go and speak to my team. That's my understanding. I'm not confident on this one to know whether a strengthening of that position is being considered, to move away from the opt-in to be it mandated.
Well,
And I'm not, my only recollection here of this discussion, this issue was the team advising me of some of the operational complexity of actually applying this. It's not an excuse, but just the reality given some of our systems' limitations. And so there was a concern to make sure that anything that we agree to do, we can actually do responsibly.
Well, in the submissions in response to the interim report, ANZ said that while it could technically apply the 90% arrangements to all Centrelink recipients without the need for them to opt in, this would complicate the account information presented to customers and would risk confusing some customers.
Again, my limited conversations on this and understanding was to do with the fact that, and again, I'm not an expert, but when they talked it through with me, and I remember them using an example which I can't totally retell, was there would be situations where a customer would receive a statement that says you have this amount of money is available, this isn't, and you have this other debt, and there was a concern that would actually be confusing to a customer and not actually give that customer an ability to understand their financial position. And again, that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. There was just a concern that was raised.
And is that a concern that you're going to address? Are you going to fix that situation? Because if all that's standing in the way of you moving to a system that is not an opt-in system, that gives the customer the benefit of this without having to opt in, if all that stands in the way is sorting out how you'll present the statement to not confuse the customer, are you able to do that?
Well, again, with respect, when you say it like that, it sounds very simple. And our challenge here is to not solve one problem by creating another. One of the issues that was apparent in dealing with remote communities, and I don't mean to make a gross generalisation, was there was some challenges with financial literacy in some parts of that community. Therefore, we should not presume that it's merely a matter of, the presentation of a statement and everything will be okay if we spend some time on that. We do need to think that through and engage with the community to understand whether that is a net benefit or not. Or as I mentioned, we've just traded one harm for another. But we are open to that. I'm open to that. I'm certainly not going to rule that out.
Could each of the steps that I've just taken you through, the refinement of your security questions, the establishment or the upcoming establishment of the dedicated telephone service, ceasing to offer informal overdrafts on particular accounts, ceasing to charge dishonour fees on particular accounts, and at least increasing the promotion of the 90% arrangements. Could each of those steps have been taken much earlier than following the Commission's inquiry into these matters in the 4th round of hearings?
Of course.
And why weren't they, Mr Elliott?
Because they didn't receive sufficient attention or visibility. Goes back to where we began our conversations earlier this morning. I'm not making an excuse, but the way the business was managed, this is a relatively small number of branches, a small number of customers. Therefore, this issue did not escalate through. I'm the first to acknowledge that I was not really aware of this even as an emerging or a real issue until it was discussed in preparation for this commission.
Are these the sorts of matters that the Customer Fairness Advisor could and should be on the lookout for?
Yes, and in fact, I mentioned before, the conversation I had with Mr Neve this morning was largely, not specifically, but largely related to this issue of more vulnerable customers and how we can ensure that they are utilising appropriate product in an appropriate way.
Mm. All right, I want to turn now to some questions about another acknowledged cause of misconduct by ANZ, and that's remuneration.
Yes.
And in your submissions in response to the interim report, you said that, or ANZ said, that as a generalisation over a number of years and due to various events, the financial services industry has developed a culture that has become overly focused on revenue and sales.
Yes.
And this was a point I took up with you earlier today. And also in those submissions, that in cases where ANZ had engaged in problematic conduct, there was often a focus on achieving certain short-term financial objectives, including financial objectives, at the expense of the longer-term matters.
Yes.
And ANZ acknowledges that its remuneration and incentive structures have at times not adequately discouraged and may even have encouraged poor conduct. Is that right?
Yes.
You believe, I think, Mr Elliott, that incentives are capable of changing behaviours and that that is what they are designed to do?
Yes, the word it is to incent the right behaviour. So at a philosophical level, if they do not change behaviour, one would argue they have failed.
And in those submissions, in response to the interim report, ANZ referred to the dangers of incorrectly calibrated remuneration structures.
Yes.
And can you expand on what you consider to be an incorrectly calibrated remuneration structure?
Yes, it's probably a clumsy term. We, like many organisations, not just financial institutions, use a balanced scorecard approach. I think we all understand that while there's a simplicity value in having a goal for people, whatever that might be, in reality, most people's work is the result of achieving a number of aims. And it is our job as senior executives to ensure that there is clarity about what we ask our people and that we communicate that getting the balance right between those various objectives is as important as what those objectives are. And I think the point that was being made there is that there had been undue weighting put on financial metrics at the expense of others. And the only other thing I would add there is it is inherently difficult to weight or balance metrics when they do not have a common currency. Financials are easy for banks to understand. It's very hard to sit and try in a mechanical way, how do I trade off a good or bad revenue outcome versus a good or a bad customer satisfaction outcome, leadership quality outcome, risk management outcome, etc. And so there's an element of judgment in there. And banks like us had too often weighted our efforts towards the financials for a myriad of reasons.
Can you give an example of a situation in which this incorrect calibration of remuneration structures has led to poor customer outcomes at ANZ?
I can. I'll just think of the most appropriate one. Well, probably just to continue the conversations we've had today, the reality is, not at an individual level necessarily, but at a team or a divisional level, a business unit level, a weighting towards financial outcome will, all else being equal, tend to deprioritise customer remediation. I think that's probably the most apt example. I don't know that it's out of ill intent per se, but it does bear that risk quite clearly.
I want to ask you about remuneration both at the executive level and at the level of your frontline staff.
Yes.
And I want to start with the executive level. Has this incorrect calibration that we've been discussing, in your view, existed in relation to executive remuneration at ANZ?
Yes, I believe it has, and I believe good evidence of that has been the reasonably consistent level of change that's been applied to the way we set targets for the group, and in a related way to the chief executive, myself, and my team. And you will have seen, if you look at those scorecards over a period of 10 years, there's been a evolution, change, maturity, whatever words you'd like to use, but that has consistently changed. That change is as a result of attempts to get the balance right, and acknowledging that we have various stakeholders who have, out of their own self-interest, talk to us, or put pressure is probably too strong a word, but certainly express their views about how that weighting should be.
What are those views that have been expressed?
So,
to
for
you,
example,
Australia?
there is and I know that some of the previous witnesses here have talked about the fact that there are some shareholders, not all, who would prefer that our only objectives were financial, and frankly have no time for what they would term softer measures around customer outcomes, employee engagement, diversity, etc. So that would be one group of stakeholders, for example, that would have an opinion.
What sort of behaviours do you think executive remuneration frameworks should be designed to encourage?
So there's a range in there, and in no particular order. One is just about living our own values. We say we stand for certain things. We should hold ourselves to account for that. We should not accept, and we have in the past, we should not accept that is a tradable commodity. That's one. Two, it should encourage behaviours that are in the long term, and I use that word carefully because there are different perspectives on what the long term is, but that encourage behaviours that are in the long term interest of stakeholders as opposed to the short term. And it should encourage behaviours, particularly in a bank. I've never really worked anywhere else, so I can't comment, but particularly in a bank, that encourage behaviours around good risk management. And again, I mean that in the broadest sense of the term of risk. They would be three that come to mind. I'm sure there are others.
The second one you mentioned, encouraging behaviours in the long-term interest of
Yes.
stakeholders. The stakeholders have different views. Different stakeholders would want to see different things in the long term.
I would say, yes, I think that's probably true. I mean, I take a view that says actually there's an alignment and a coherence amongst those views, if done well. That actually shareholder outcomes are completely aligned with good customer outcomes. There is also a significant amount of research and academic work that suggests that good behaviours with respect to the environment and sustainability goals are also highly correlated with good financial outcomes. So there is an ability to see an alignment in those. It's not always easy. It's not always obvious. It takes a level of commitment, and it also requires being held to account for those, but I believe those can be aligned. It's our job, actually, in my view, and my job, is to be able to express to our stakeholders how that alignment manifests itself, and that we have the governance structures in place to the extent possible, to drive that alignment.
What about on the other side of the coin? What are the sorts of behaviours that you think executive remuneration frameworks should be designed to discourage?
So the discouragement can obviously be the flip of those. We don't want to see, it should discourage people taking short-term tactical band-aid solutions to problems. It should discourage people not thinking through impacts on stakeholders, so being too quick to appease or serve the needs of one stakeholder without consideration to others. And I believe it should discourage people who are not, in particular around banks, this issue around risk management, that are not considering about the prudential, the safety and soundness of our organisation, not just the balance sheet, but actually its long-term sustainability as an organisation.
And are you incorporating in your description of risk management, management and appreciation of non-financial risk?
Completely.
How significant do you think the expectations of shareholders are in setting remuneration structures for executives?
Well, it would be disingenuous if I did not say they're very significant. The nature of the system, the structure we have in terms of corporate governance, our obligations as directors, the ability for shareholders to vote on particular issues around remuneration means that they have a significant voice. I can't put a number or percentage on it, but it is a very, very significant voice. Perhaps the strongest of all. I'm struggling to think of a stakeholder group that has anywhere near the influence on remuneration structures as much as and in addition as to the actual absolute amounts for some, like myself as a chief executive.
You may have heard me ask other witnesses in this round of hearings about their views of the two strikes rule and whether or not the two strikes rule impedes creating a remuneration structure that prioritises, in the view of the organisation, good customer outcomes. Do you have views on that, Mr. Elliott?
My views are probably not terribly educated. I do have views. I am concerned that shareholders today, irrespective of their size, have very few avenues for expressing their perspectives to a company. The remuneration report is one of the few avenues given to them. And understandably, I think we've seen shareholders use that to have a voice on other issues. So I am concerned about that.
Concerned in what way? Concerned?
Well, I'm not sure it's being used for the purpose it was meant. I think, the purpose was to be talking about remuneration. People use it, understandably, to express views on all sorts of things to do with the company because they have no other real, in any significant ways or any powerful ways. I mean, the good thing about the two strikes rule, it inevitably has power to it. If you second strike, there is an outcome as opposed to opposition to general issues that are voted on at an AGM. So I'm concerned that it is used for incorrect purposes, if you will. But I think it is shareholders expressing the need to be heard as well.
Can I ask you now about your system for remunerating executives at ANZ? Your system involves a fixed remuneration component that's paid in cash and a variable remuneration component.
Yes.
and the variable component is designed to provide 200% of the fixed remuneration component for on-target performance. Is that right?
That's for senior executives.
Yes.
This is for the most senior
Yes.
disclosed executives.
And I'm
yes.
sorry, I should have made clear that that is the level that
Yes.
these questions are directed to. And does that mean that 200% variable component for on-target performance, does that mean that if a senior executive does what ANZ expects of them in the performance of their role, then they will generally be entitled to receive their target variable remuneration, which is twice their fixed remuneration?
In simple terms, yes. There are some other factors that go into that with respect to how the group has performed as opposed to you as an individual. But yes, that is the essential design feature, yes.
And if the senior executive performs above target, they are entitled to up to 300% of their fixed remuneration, which is also 150% of their target variable remuneration.
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, that's correct.
Can I use a simple example that you used in your statement to make sure that I understand this correctly? If the fixed remuneration for a particular senior executive is $1 million, their target variable remuneration is an extra $2 million, but if they perform above target, they might get up to $3 million in variable remuneration.
That's correct. And with the other concept that it could be zero. So they may be entitled to only their fixed.
Yes.
Yes.
I understand. But these are the targets?
Yes, these are the targets,
The
yes.
targets for the word I think used in your statement, on target performance,
Yes.
the 200%, and exceeding target performance, 300%. But you remunerate your chief risk officer and yourself differently from the rest of the other senior executives. Is that right?
Yes, and the head of internal audit, yes.
Yes. And the chief risk officer's target variable remuneration is lower. It's 170% rather than 200%.
Yes, that's right.
But I want to focus on the senior executives other than the head of compliance, the chief risk officer and you. The most recent reconfiguration of that remuneration structure for those senior executives was made in 2016.
I believe so, yes, that sounds right.
And at that time, you combined your short-term variable remuneration and long-term variable remuneration into a single variable remuneration reward.
Yes,
And that was to be delivered as an even split between cash, shares and performance rights.
yes.
And why did ANZ make that change at that time?
So my recollection, there were a number of issues. One was generally in the interests of simplification, because at the same time we merged them, we also merged the deferral periods and made it a simpler formula. There was a recognition at the time, or a judgment, perhaps is the better word, that in reality we were struggling to differentiate between how the short-term and the long-term determinations were made. That people's performance is a blend of factors, each of which is impacting both the short-term and the long-term. And so we found that complex to work with. So there was a benefit of the simplification. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was also based on some feedback from shareholders and also from the marketplace, just trying to understand what might be deemed as best practice or where alternatives were. And then finally, and possibly importantly, or it was important, there was a view at the time, because of the nature of the way that long-term variable was given to employees, that employees were not valuing it. And so going back to our first point, Ms. Orr, was it really an incentive? Was it really powerful in terms of incenting the right behaviour? And there was a sense that it was not, and therefore there was merit in changing the fundamental structure of remuneration for senior executives.
And at that time, that change of approach adopted by ANZ set it apart from the market on variable remuneration.
Yes, I believe it did, yes.
And that was because in addition to the matters that we've been discussing, it's this higher weighting on cash and shares as opposed to performance rights.
Yes, I believe you're right. That's correct, yes.
And in order to help balance the interests of shareholders and the executive, you decided to impose a longer deferral period on the shares. You mentioned this,
Yes.
a 4-year deferral period.
Yes.
And you decided to remove the threshold for the deferral of short-term variable remuneration, which had been $100,000.
Yes, yes, that's right.
And you capped the maximum opportunity for the combined variable remuneration at 150% of the combined variable target.
Yes.
So that created a higher target opportunity, but with more deferred shares and a longer deferral period. Was that
I think
the
that's
upshot?
a good summary. Yes, that's a good summary.
It's very complicated.
It
but
is
I
very
hope
complicated, yes.
and I think what that meant was that your executives got more certainty about their variable remuneration, but the trade-off for that certainty was greater deferral and a longer deferral period.
Yes, so there was essentially more at risk.
Because of the deferral?
Because of the deferral, because the more that is deferred, that deferral is always subject to discretion from the board to downwardly adjust that after it had been granted, to essentially remove it from the executive.
And have you seen any changes in the behaviour of your senior executives or within the business more generally as a result of that move to this combined variable remuneration approach with the criteria that I've just asked you about?
I think that's the first time I've been asked that question, so let me just... I'm not sure that I can point to anything specific, and the reason for that is that in that same period of time, there has been a significant degree of turnover of the individuals in my team. And so I do not, if you will, I don't have a control group. I literally, since 2016, there's been 80% turnover in the people that work for me, so I don't really have a comparison group.
And why is that? Why has there been such a high level of turnover, Mr. Elliott?
Because we have modified our strategy. We have, as I've mentioned, streamlined the way that we run the organisation, and we have, sounds arrogant, but we've recognised that the operating environment we're in is different than it was in the past, and we need different skills and capabilities in order to be successful.
Mm. Now, despite that move towards the system of single variable remuneration award for your senior executives, you personally continue to have a bifurcated system of variable remuneration, which includes a distinct short-term variable award, which is 50% cash and 50% shares, and a long-term variable component, which is performance rights deferred over 3 years.
That's correct.
And why is your remuneration structured differently from the other executives?
So it's really a question for our board. I'm not party to that. I mean, I'm on the board, but I'm not party to that conversation. I believe it is in response to, again, the voice of shareholders, a desire to have more deferral in terms of amount for the most senior executive, myself, so that it can be subject to clawback or malice. And I think that's been recognised as we've moved into the BEAR regime as well. And I think, again, this is a summation on my part, but I think that there was a desire to have more. When I mentioned that difficulty in discerning the impact on the short term versus the long term, I believe there's a view that as chief executive, that is my responsibility to get those balances right, and therefore the board should spend the requisite time in making that determination, that there was utility and value in that, which may not be the case for people who work for me.
I want to ask you about the imposition of remuneration-related consequences on ANZ senior executives. For the 2018 financial year, there were 4 instances of a current or former ANZ senior executive receiving a reduced variable remuneration outcome for reasons that related to risk, conduct or compliance?
Yes, that's correct.
And one of those instances was you.
Yes,
Your short-term and long-term variable remuneration were both reduced for reasons related to risk, compliance or conduct.
correct.
Now, I want to come back to the details of that, but I want to move first to the
Yes.
other senior executives. Are you able to say in general terms why the variable remuneration was reduced for each of the other three individuals?
Yes. So, accepting that it's complex, and I apologise for that, but we run through, for all senior executives, a process in determining the assessment of how that executive has performed, and as a result, the appropriate level of remuneration. As I mentioned, we have a couple of steps in that, or maybe I didn't, but first is, has this individual role modelled our values, the I care values? I have made a determination with our board that as a senior executive at my table, my expectation is that they not just that they just exhibit these behaviours, that they are a role model. Now, there's always difficulty in determining what that means, but that is the bar. So that is the first determination. So did the executives meet that definition? In this case, they did. That was not a determinant, but in the past it has been. Then we look at their balanced scorecard, and you know there are 4 quadrants there. There is the finance and discipline, risk, people and reputation, and customer. I evaluate them on their agreed scorecard. I literally score them, and that risk quadrant of that refers to their behaviour on audit, remediation, and a range of factors that are taken into account. And that's how we then determine an individual's remuneration. In the 3 cases you're referring to, the 3 individuals had below target ratings with respect to that risk quadrant. In no case was it about their individual conduct. It was a recognition that we had not met the standards we'd set ourselves for risk management, some of which has actually been publicly discussed here at this Royal Commission. So, for example, the failure to remediate issues on time would be a good example that was taken into account. As a result of that, those executives received less than their, amongst other, there were other factors, but that was the biggest single factor. They received less than their target remuneration.
Substantially less?
Yes, I in fact, well, that's always again a matter of subject of decision, but they received, I believe, 60% of their target in particular.
I think that the numbers are the subject of a non-publication
Oh,
direction.
they're available in our annual report. And
We're told
yes.
that they're not, and that was the basis for
Okay.
the application
All
for
right.
a non-publication direction, Mr. Elliott. I do want to take that up with you. Do you say that someone reading the remuneration report in your annual report can see that each of those 3 individuals had their variable remuneration reduced, not just reduced, but reduced because of risk, compliance or conduct reasons?
No, they cannot.
And why not?
Well, that's a good question. I can say it's not market practice. I'm not sure that's a terrific answer, but it hasn't been. We do talk about, I think, in the remuneration report from the directors, they do refer, I have to refresh my memory, but they do talk about the generic decisions they've made, about how they come to determine the appropriate pool and ranking for people. I think they even talked about, and maybe we'll talk about it later, that they had applied downward adjustment to equity that had been previously awarded to previous executives. So they talk in general terms, but not in specific. I accept that on reading the annual report, it would be difficult, if not impossible, for anybody to determine why an executive received what they did, whether that was below, at or above target. There is no subjective description of that for them. For myself, it's slightly different in the sense that while it may not be in the formal report, there is dedicated deliberate time at an AGM where my own remuneration or parts of it have to be approved, and there is generally a discussion of my performance, if you will, on those factors at that time. But the others, you are correct.
Wouldn't it be a powerful way, Mr. Elliott, to admonish your senior executives for failings in relation to risk, compliance or conduct, to identify those remuneration consequences that had been taken in response to those failings publicly?
It might be. I think we would have to consider unintended consequences, procedural fairness, etc. Remember, at some level, these are judgments on my part and the part of the board. Yes, there may be a value in having that subject to public scrutiny. I'm not sure that's the most effective way to do that. I think we can achieve that. Remember, the audience here, we're trying to change behaviour, is not the public. The audience we have here for changing behaviour is staff of ANZ. And we have many avenues for doing that and talking to them about decisions. For example, as we speak, just because of the time of the year it is, when we've paid people's remuneration, I will be publishing a letter to our staff explaining why we took the decisions we did in terms of the pool, how it was allocated. We will talk, without naming individuals or roles, we will talk about the decisions we made and getting the balance right between risk, for example, and customer outcomes.
Well, why not? You've answered my question about public identification of these consequences. Why not within ANZ send a message to your staff by identifying the people who have been the subject to remuneration consequences for risk reasons?
So, and I understand the attraction of that idea. However, going back to something we talked about before, we're here to manage the company for the long term. I would hope that it's understood that implicit in our decisions is my decision that they are the right executives to build the company for the long term. So I wish to retain their engagement and their motivation. That does not mean I do not hold them accountable when things have gone wrong. But I think some sort of ritualistic public shaming of individuals would be of little value and, in fact, potentially significantly negative consequence in terms of attracting, retaining, motivating the very best people for the future. Now, the onus is on me, with the board, and I'm accountable to the board on this, to ensure that I get that balance right between sufficient, that I'm holding individuals to account, that they understand why, and that I have given consideration to their long-term value for the future of the organisation. Now, there will be other situations where executives no longer remain at ANZ, where implicitly we've made it, not in all cases, where in some cases we've made a decision that they are not the right people for driving long-term value for our customers or shareholders.
Can I suggest to you that it's not so much about a public shaming, it's just a part of holding them accountable?
And again, with respect, I understand the attraction of that. I am suggesting there are risks with that approach that I think outweigh the benefits. And again, why do I say that? We run an organisation that is large. I have 40,000 people who come to work every day at ANZ in 33 countries. They have all sorts of backgrounds. They are all sorts of circumstances, beliefs, religions, ethnicity, etc. For me to be able to confidently assess that I can nail that communication and it not to be misunderstood, that it not to create a culture of fear, I think would be extraordinarily difficult. And I believe that we can do that in more general communication rather than, to your suggestion, of essentially publishing performance assessments of the most senior executives of this company.
What is the nature of the general communication that you would make?
So we will be putting out a letter, if you will, or an email that will, as I said, it's being drafted as we speak, that I will talk to our company about our people, why our pool was down significantly, what factors I took into account, and we will talk about how we assess certain individuals, not by name.
So you will say that there
By
were
reference.
3
We will
senior
not
executives?
No, we will say these were things that we determined when we considered the pools and the allocation of the pool. We considered performance on remediation. We considered performance on customer outcomes. We considered et cetera, et cetera.
So that's quite distinct from individual remuneration
is.
outcomes?
Yes.
Okay. Could I ask that we bring up ANZ 801-315-8040, which is an email that you sent to Margot Dargan in September this year. We saw Ms Dargan's name before. Could you explain who she is?
Yes, Ms Dargan is the head of remuneration, so she works in our talent and culture team. So she has the responsibility for the carriage of remuneration issues at ANZ.
And I assume this email was sent to Ms Dargan alone.
Yes, this was not an all-staff communication, you're right.
And we see here in the first 3 numbered paragraphs at the top. So you are saying to Ms Dargan, I hear the board. They essentially raised 3 issues from my perspective. To reconsider, now the name is not here, but it's one of the 3 individuals that we've been speaking of.
Yes.
And possibly push lower.
Yes.
To reconsider another person who is not one of the individuals we've been speaking of and possibly lower. And 3, to consider the overall spread between the highest and lowest and see if it is sufficiently wide to reflect relative performance.
Yes.
And you say, these are reasonable questions and I've given them a lot of thought. However, at this stage, I am not recommending changes. And you point out that at 70% of target, one of the 3 people will have the lowest rating of any full year ExCo or MB.
Management board, it was the predecessor term we used for ExCo.
Any management board member in at least 10 years. To assess any lower in a highly public forum will essentially undermine that person's ability to drive the changes we need. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, that person could do better, but a 70% of target rating is very low and I feel takes this into account.
Yes.
Now, these were the views that you expressed in response to the board's suggestion that you push this person lower.
Yes, could you just assist? Can I just see the date of the email?
Yes,
That would
of
help
course.
me. Just
If
I
we
remember the
pan
note,
back,
but it just
it was the 13th
Yes,
of September.
Yes.
And these were the views you took back to the board?
Yes, and to give this some context, our financial year is the 30th of September, so the year has not closed at this stage. This
Yes.
is very early stages. We make I think it was the next day actually, on the 14th, we had a meeting with the HR committee. I make early recommendations as to the size of the overall pool, or the bonus pool, or the variable remuneration pool for the company, and for my direct reports, name by name. So it's very early in that process. We had a meeting, and yes, I'm sharing with Margot the feedback from the board. I'd thought about it, and at this stage, and again early on, that was my determination. It's fair to say that subsequent to that, we continued with our analysis, and we ended up in a very different place to this.
What is the highly public forum that you were referring to in this email?
The remuneration report and the annual report.
But the remuneration report doesn't tell the reader why the variable remuneration has been reduced.
No, it does not. But I can tell you it's the remuneration report of the disclosed executives is probably the most read page in the annual report. And it is a very public forum, essentially showing the bank's overall assessment of individuals. You're right that people can draw their own conclusions as to why it may be, but it is a very public
But
forum.
they may well draw the conclusion that it was reduced for financial reasons.
They may.
Do I take the answers that you were giving before about the consequences of publicising these results? Do I take your position to be that the fact that an executive's remuneration has been reduced for risk might undermine their ability to do their job?
No.
You don't think that?
Not without clarification. Again, with respect, the way you asked your question, if we were simply to say this person's remuneration was impacted by risk, conduct and compliance considerations, I put it to you that people can jump to conclusions about what conduct. So we would have to give some level of specificity. Which part of that, what exactly was that? And that would, again, I think, require significant amount of communication and clarity to be able to be effective.
And do you have concerns that that would affect or undermine their ability to do their job?
I'm not sure that I said it would undermine anybody's ability to do their
No,
job.
you didn't, and I want to understand.
No, I'm just trying to think out loud.
I'm sorry.
Not sure I'm saying that. If I believe that if people were unable to do their job, they wouldn't have their job. They would be somewhere else, essentially. I'm making a balanced judgment here as how do I send the right signal and hold people to account while retaining, if I see fit with the board's approval, but while retaining them to be an effective executive for long-term value for the company.
Well, can I inject this idea, Mr. Elliott? At the moment, the discussion has proceeded from a premise, I think unstated, that the remuneration consequences are necessarily personal to the executive concerned, in the sense that it is concerned only with what she directly and immediately has done. Now, rem consequences, I would have thought at the senior executive level of the bank, are the more likely to be applied where, in the division, the section, the stream of business for which that executive is responsible, an issue has emerged.
Yes.
And that the signal being sent is the senior body in that stream of the bank's work is accountable for the fact that within that section of the bank there was, here insert nature of issue, there was an issue about processing errors concerning X product costing the bank Y dollars, affecting Z customers, that sort of description.
I think that's a very good description, and you're correct. And perhaps I'm being overly reticent on this. As I said, it's the first time I had this nature of this discussion. I think I totally understand your perspective, and in this case I can tell you that it was much more in your description. These executives who were being held to account for things that have emerged within their remit, they are ultimately accountable. They have to be. There are always going to be questions, quite rightly, about had that individual executive done sufficient in terms of recognising, managing, remediating, whatever that might be, and there'll always be a blend of both that go into that determination.
You can't be accountable without being responsible.
I agree.
If you're accountable, you're responsible for what happened, and responsibility carries with it the observation by the external viewer, she didn't what was required.
So I see, look, I see merit in what you're saying, and I with respect, I can understand that perspective to give a richer evaluation or summation of how decisions were made or how to make linkages between the outcomes and performance. All I'm suggesting is that there could be, and I'm not being defensive, but there could be unintended consequences. And I would just want to think that through. And if I may, I think that's a reasonably well accepted, may not be, but reasonably well accepted view that actually the regime of disclosing senior executive compensation has actually led to an inflation in executive compensation.
Well, there's an inevitable arms race aspect to it, isn't
Correct.
there? But I was particularly struck by an answer you gave now quite some minutes ago about the change in to draw together short-term and long-term variable remuneration for the upper echelons of the bank. And you were asked, in effect, well, did that change behaviours? I took it that the question, in effect, surprised you. It was not one you had thought about before. Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not wrong. I had not been asked in that specific way.
Yeah.
I think part of that, and again, part of my answer is it's too early to tell, essentially, because just of ANZ and the nature of change that we've had. Clearly, we hope it changes behaviour. That was the idea. The idea was to make it more balanced and frankly longer term. And that may seem strange to say we've removed a long-term incentive, but we expect the outcome to be more focused on the long term. But that is actually what we expect. Because of the deferral. Now, what we have not done well in the past, and like all these things, none of these measures work in isolation, and they are essentially an amalgam of issues or changes in behaviours. We can defer all we like. If we don't actually use downward adjustment in future, it's sort of, there's some value in deferral because it still aligns with shareholder outcomes in terms of linkage to the share price. So it's about getting the balance of these tools right. And we have not always done that well.
But is the bottom line that if you want to affect behaviours, an element, not the only element, an element in affecting behaviours is telling people, other than the immediate recipient, that this consequence happens. There has been a failure in this division, section, branch of the bank. The person at the top has suffered a consequence. Why? Because the bank doesn't approve of what happened. The conduct that, or the event that happened is something that is discountenanced.
Yes, there is absolute value in that. All I'm suggesting, we just need to get the tone of that right.
Sure.
We have seen in the past, when we get that wrong, we actually drive behaviour underground, as I said. So it's about balance. I don't think it's insurmountable. It's far from insurmountable. And I actually think we've been moving in that direction anyway, maybe not to the extent of naming people or even roles, but even talking more generally why we've made decisions. So, for example, this year, actually it's not just the fact that these individuals are down. Essentially, everybody in the bank has had some consequence as a result of, if we will, the failures in terms of remediation. Now, it's not shared equally, and neither should it be, but we are getting better at making better explanations of those linkages.
We know why your variable remuneration has been reduced, Mr. Elliott. You tell us in your statement that it has been reduced on account of conduct issues raised in the Royal Commission and consequent reputational damage.
Yes.
And I just want to complete this questioning, ask you to reflect on what the difference is between publication of the consequences for you and publication of the consequences for your senior executives.
Well, it's a simplistic answer, but I am the chief executive. I'm the ultimate accountable person beside our board for this. I have a higher degree of responsibility and accountability than anybody else in the company. What comes along with that is more public scrutiny and involvement and in this case requiring of shareholder approval. I think that's entirely appropriate. Could it go deeper in the organisation? That's open to discussion. But I think it is different for the chief executive.
How much was your variable remuneration reduced by?
My variable remuneration in total, again, was reduced. I think it was 23% year on year, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that.
It looked to us as though it was reduced to 75% of your short-term target and 83% of your long-term target. Is that right?
So that's versus target, but I
Yes.
didn't receive target last year. So year on
I
year,
understand.
the blend was down, I think, 23%.
I understand.
Yeah, yes.
Now, before I move to another document, could I tender this email, Commissioner?
Email Elliott to Dargan, 13 September 18, concerning Exco, ANZ 801315804 becomes Exhibit 7.129.
Could I take you to an email that you wrote about your reduction in variable remuneration this year, Mr. Elliott? ANZ 80131607778. Now, the second email on the page, the main email here, is an email that you wrote to Mr. Gonski, the chairman of the board, and perhaps others. We're not able to see from this presentation of the email, a month or so ago, on the 16th of October.
Yes.
And you said, I will be making downwards adjustments to the Exco REM recommendations at Human Resources Committee.
Yes, that's what that refers to.
They mean the average percentage of target is 77% for published execs. I feel it's very important that my own remuneration is at no higher than this. It's about unity, accountability, and frankly, credibility. Externally, but even more importantly, internally. I can't ask my people to be down 22% unless my own REM reflects a similar number. I want you, Mr. Gonski, to reassess your recommended CEO REM as a result and have time to consider.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you about a few aspects of this email. Why did you recommend downwards adjustments to your executives leading to an average percentage of target of 77%?
So as I mentioned before, since about middle of September, when we do serious work on these recommendations, there is a lot of to and fro between myself and the HR committee, of which Ms Atlas is the chair, and obviously David Gonski, our chairman. So there's a lot of discussion to calibrate those numbers and acknowledging that at that time the year hasn't finished, so we're still in receipt of new information along the way. That typically there are two elements to that. One is what's the pool for the company, which includes people like me and this team, and then the individuals on my team. And essentially there is a spreadsheet, if you will, which includes performance assessments, ratings, all those things, and then ultimately the financial recommendations. That is a working document. And at this point on the 16th, and I can't remember, I think it was the 23rd was going to be the final decision. At this point, as part of that working, I had done yet another rethink. It's a living document, and I'd gone back to Mr. Gonski and Ms Atlas to suggest that I was continuing to make further adjustments because of the new information I was receiving. The only other thing I would say in this particular case, timing was important and a little bit different than most years. If I'm not mistaken, on the 8th of October, we had announced to the market a provision charge for remediation in particular, but also an accelerated amortisation of software and some other charges. They were significant, many hundreds of millions of dollars. That in and of itself was new information that was now confirmed, and I had made sure that I'd taken that into account in these assessments. So sorry for the long answer, but that's what it's really, it's again, it's not, I'm not even sure this is the final numbers, because by the time I gave this feedback, there was a further adjustments before the final recommendation or the final number was agreed.
And do you know what the final number was for average percentage of target for your executives?
I believe in the disclose it's actually very close to this number. It's either 1% higher or lower. It's close, but the distribution of it certainly did change between individuals.
And in that final sentence where you ask Mr. Gonski to reassess his recommendation for you, what level of variable remuneration reward had Mr. Gonski recommended for you before this time?
I honestly don't recall. I don't recall the number. I recall, again, they are working through their recommendations, and I remember it was just different and I felt out of line with 2 points of data here. And just to be clear, when I say I can't ask my people to be down 22%, that actually reflects the entire company, not just these executives,
Yes.
yeah? So I was looking at my team and obviously the group and wanting to ensure there was a sense of equity and accountability reflected in my remuneration.
Well, am I wrong to infer that the suggestion you were repelling was that it should be higher?
Yes.
I'm wrong.
No. The recommendation, I believe, was that it was going to be higher, and I'm asking that they bring it down.
Yeah, that's what I'd taken it to be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why did you consider that the perception created internally was more important than the perception created externally?
That's a matter of judgment on my part, I guess. I think it's really important as the leader of a company, a group, that I'm seen to share in the benefit but also the pain of any adjustments. You know, I'm ultimately accountable. It is not acceptable. It would drive a really bad culture if the CEO is somehow seen to be doing a great job, but somehow everybody else has let the company down. And so I think that's an alignment. Now, we discussed this at length. I remember with the HR committee, I'm not for a minute suggesting that there should be total equality in that number, like we should all be exactly the same. I'm not suggesting that for a minute. It could be that I should be more harshly treated, that or less, but it should be taken into account. It is a relevant piece of information for consideration.
What was Mr Gonski's response to your request that he reassess his recommendation?
My recollection was the next day he agreed to reassess and took that on board. And again, just to be clear, they had not made their final recommendation, so it is part of the normal process, and I was just wanting to share my views with him.
And what message do you think your ultimate position for your variable remuneration sent to your senior executives?
I guess that's a question for them, but I believe it sent a message of teamwork, as I mentioned about unity, that one of the difficulties in managing a team like this, not my team, but any team of executives, is to what degree are you effective because you're a team, and to what degree are you effective because you do your own individual pieces. It's the same old classic conundrum for any sports team or any other business team. And we have many shareholders who really push hard to see a lot of, and I refer to it, I think in previous notes we've talked about, who want to see real differentiation between members of the team. Who did well, who did not. I understand that. There should be differentiation. But we are actually a team. We're not a confederation of individual contributors. I need the people who run our talent team to be working arm in arm with the team in technology, working collaboratively with the people who run the retail branch network. So we sort of all live or die together. And it's about us getting the balance right. How much is shared accountability and how much do we differentiate within there? And I have to be part of that. I am not separate to that consideration.
And do you feel that you've got the balance right for this financial year?
For this previous year that we've just closed? It would be easy for me to sit here and nod and say yes. I think we're getting closer to it. I know that we continue to have this debate in a good way with the HR committee about this very issue. How much of a senior executive's remuneration in this case should be reflective of the group outcome versus their individual contribution. I don't know that there's a scientific answer to that. It is a matter of judgment. It will depend on the individuals themselves. And it requires a high degree of, I think, subjectivity from the HR committee.
Could I tender this email chain, Commissioner?
Emails between Gonski and Elliott, 16 October 18, ANZ 801 316 0778, Exhibit 7.130.
Now, Mr. Elliott, you mentioned earlier the importance of exercising the powers that you have in relation to deferred remuneration.
Yes.
And I want to ask you about the downwards adjustments to deferred remuneration that were made for the 2018 financial year at ANZ. There were downwards adjustments for remuneration that was due to vest for 3 former senior executives.
It was actually more than that, but the terms of reference in your definition of a relevant senior executive is 3, but it was broader than that, yes.
And how many beyond that?
It was 2 others who are not in your defined list as of a relevant senior executive, but who were in any other sense peers of that group.
I see. And you tell us in your statement that those downwards adjustments were made because the board considered that accountability should be shared amongst both the current members of EXCO and the former EXCO members for the risk, compliance and conduct issues that have been examined here in the Royal Commission.
Yes, that's correct.
As well as the substantial customer remediation that we've been speaking of and the associated costs with that.
Correct.
Now, in your statement, you say that the decision to impose consequences on the 3 people that you deal with in the statement was not made on the basis of any particular conduct on their part, but to reflect collective failures in ANZ's senior executive team over the relevant period.
Yes.
And does that extend to the other 2 senior executives
Yes.
not dealt with in your statement?
Yes, it does.
Now, one of the 3 referred to in your statement had their unvested deferred remuneration reduced by 100%.
That's correct.
And the 2 others had theirs reduced by 25%.
That's correct.
And what about the 2 not dealt with in your statement?
They were also 25%.
And how many other senior executives at ANZ have had this type of consequence applied to them in the last 10 years?
So if we are looking at equivalent level people, I think it's none.
None. And why is that the case? Why is it that it's taken until the last financial year for ANZ to exercise this important power of withholding deferred remuneration?
Well, I think it's a failing on our part. I think, again, we did not utilise this. So let me step back a little bit. We have not had a good track record at ANZ in terms of documenting and directly drawing a linkage between performance, certainly at a senior executive's individual performance, and their remuneration outcomes. We have not. When you are unclear as to why you granted somebody remuneration, it makes it much more difficult to consider why you should remove it. That is a failing on our part. We have strengthened that. In the last few years, we go through a much more thorough process, a documented performance assessment that, for example, in these cases, I write and discuss with the board. So we are attempting to do that. And in this particular year, there's one other factor, sorry. Every year that we grant equity or performance rights to individuals, that is under a deed of grant. That deed of grant has changed over time, i.e. our legal rights in there have been further clarified. It's fair to say in the past they were quite narrowly defined, i.e. the circumstances in which we were legally allowed to apply malice or clawback were very, very limited. Over time, we have broadened those definitions and we continue to do so. And so this was the first time that we felt, we had new information at hand, which was in effect the misconduct that we're referring to and the remediation issues. 2, we felt we had good legal grounds, and I will say that not only did the bank seek legal advice on this, our board, the HR committee, sought independent legal advice to guide them through that decision. And so it was an amalgamation of those factors.
Has it been the case that downward adjustment has only been considered, even with the constraints that you've just identified, or has it been considered in circumstances where termination of the executive was another potential consequence? Has it been reserved for consideration for things of that level of seriousness?
So maybe could I ask you to clarify, are you asking a question where in the past where we have terminated an executive for performance reasons maybe I don't understand.
I put that very poorly. I'm trying to understand the circumstances in which you've even considered exercising this power in the past. Have you considered it prior to this last financial year?
Yes, we have, but not at this level. So just again, we've had what we used to call a clawback review group.
Yes.
We've now changed that. It's now a consequence review group. In that group, which I had been a member on as CFO and now chair it actually as CEO, but I haven't in the intermediate period. That group would always meet prior to any vest. We have certain vesting dates during the year. Prior to any vesting to any executive, any person, that group will meet and say, should we allow this vest? I would say that our interpretation of the rules in the past was, and our practice was, it was in very rare circumstances. It was essentially gross misconduct or gross, it's gross misconduct, I would suggest. It was the only times. It has happened, but not to the peer group or the list that you would define as relevant senior executives. That has not been applied in my knowledge.
And will your approach to the exercise of that power change going forward?
And it already has. So we have strengthened that consequence review group. We have broadened and changed the deeds of grant to give us greater power and give the board ultimately, essentially, almost universal rights to downward adjust. We have sought to broaden the data that is considered in those decisions. So it is not just gross misconduct. It does now cover, for example, failings in remediation, failings in audit, any behavioural flag. So we're broadening. It's not perfect, but we're getting better at looking at that. And we now require all of our executives, all the way up, for any release of equity, for all of those things to be considered. And there's a much more formal process now where there is a formal attestation and a sign-off as to those decisions.
Does ANZ currently have a clawback mechanism in respect of its Australia and New Zealand executives? That is to say, of course, a mechanism to reclaim remuneration after it's been delivered or paid?
So I would have to get some advice on this. My recollection is that in practice we do not. Now, whether it's legally somewhere in the deed, in reality, it is not our belief that that is effective. There are just practical issues with it in terms of employment law, and our advice is that would be extraordinarily difficult to impose it. I couldn't tell you with any confidence whether that clause actually exists in the deed. It may well do, but our advice is it would be extremely difficult to impose that because, to your point, somebody has already taken the equity or the cash.
Are you aware that it exists in other parts of the world?
I believe it does, yes. In the UK, I believe.
Yes,
yeah.
And in fact, in relation to your UK executives, it exists.
Yes.
And are you aware that the panel that conducted the prudential inquiry into CBA recommended that CBA move to introduce the potential for clawback in respect of serious misconduct?
Yes, I am.
But you say it's not possible for you to do it?
Well, it's not that it's not possible. This is a subject of debate at the moment. My recollection of the latest status on that internally is we would like to. I totally understand why the board would like to reserve that power. I can see certainly hypothetical cases where we would want to apply that. What I'm advised is it would be extraordinarily difficult, expensive, etc., to do so. Doesn't mean we shouldn't. I'm not saying, but that there are lots of complexities. It continues to be, and it will be a discussion with the board.
So it continues to be under consideration at ANZ?
Yes, I can't tell you there's an active working group on it, but I know that we talk about it and at that review group, and certainly at the HR committee, I'm sure we will continue to do so.
I want to ask you some questions, Mr Elliott, about the size of the incentive pool, which you've mentioned a few times already in your evidence.
Yes.
The pool that was made available for the payment of variable remuneration for this last financial year.
Yes.
The amount available to be allocated for variable remuneration and the allocation of that amount to relevant executives is determined under your ANZ incentive plan.
That's correct, yes.
And generally speaking, the size of the pool is determined by two things, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong about this. It seems to me to be determined by your economic profit and by the group balance scorecard.
Yes.
And economic profit, in your statement you explain, is a recognised risk-adjusted financial measure of value created for shareholders in a particular year.
So I might just clarify something, if I may. The way I answered that question may well imply that this is a formula. It isn't. At the end of the day, the pool is determined by the board using its judgment. It is a subjective evaluation by them. What they use to inform them and about an appropriate level of pool is the formula that you discussed. And the reason I qualify that is there are limitations with any scorecard. There are matters of judgment there. Scorecard is set in advance of the year. Things happen in the year that were not foreseen. That should be taken into account. And economic profit, your description is an accurate one, the definition of it, but it is not without its own flaws. And so it is of importance, and it must be, and it should be considered by the board, but it is not an algorithm, and neither should it lock the board into a number, and neither has it.
So the second part of the, we'll continue calling it a formula, even
Yes,
though I've
that's
heard
fine.
what you say about the fact that the formula is not necessarily determinative. The second part of the formula that relates to the group balance scorecard, that scorecard is approved by the board at the start of the year, is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
And the Human Resources Committee, with input from you and the Chief Risk Officer and the Chief Financial Officer and others, then assess the group's performance against that balance scorecard at the end of the year.
Yes.
And for this last financial year, the weighting in the scorecard was 50% for financial and discipline, 25% for customer, and 25% for people and reputation.
That's true, although we have this risk multiplier, which I'm sure you're aware of.
I was coming
Yes.
to that. So in
Yes, but you're right.
in
Correct.
addition to that breakdown, there's then this risk multiplier that's capable of adjusting the overall performance assessment either upward or downward.
Correct.
Now, is the financial and discipline metric set at the start of the financial year as a target?
So, without making this even more complicated than it needs to be, there are two scorecards. There is a run the bank well scorecard, which is weighted 2/3, and then there is a strategic scorecard. They have the same components, and each has slightly different metrics. And this is to try to avoid exactly what we've talked about before, the weighting, to, make sure that we take both into account. So that scorecard that refers to finance and discipline will have, from memory, 3 or 4 metrics within it. In the run the bank well piece, they will be things like return on equity, operating expenses, etc. Balance sheet strength, yes. And then the strategic will be far more, are we reshaping the bank strategically for the long term?
So the group balance scorecard that you refer to in your statement, is that an amalgam of the two? Or?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. So what about, I want to ask you to consider a different approach to this, Mr Elliott, where instead of setting these things at the start of the financial year, ANZ waits to see what profit it's made at the end of the financial year and then determines the size of the incentive pool based on a percentage of that profit.
Yes. What would you like me to comment on?
Whether that's a better way of doing it.
Well, I do not believe it's a better way. I think that's diametrically opposed to what we've been talking about all day. There is only one incentive then from the executive, which is to maximise profits in this year. And in a bank like ours, that would lead, I would suggest, to very poor outcomes. And yes, anyway, I think that would be a very dangerous thing to do.
In the 2017 financial year, the board determined that the incentive pool should be reduced by $8 million.
Sorry, can you repeat which year?
The 2017.
Okay, yes.
The pool.
8 million, okay.
Well, as I understand it from your statement, $8 million to account for the impact of the BBSW
yes, sorry.
settlement.
I thought you meant overall. It was much more than $8 million reduction. Yes,
I
8 million
see.
was to do with BBSW, yes.
Yes, and in the 2008, I think I'm prevented, unfortunately, by a non-publication direction from asking you questions about the broader reduction in the pool, Mr.
Okay.
Elliott.
Okay.
In the 2018 financial year, did the board approve a smaller incentive pool than the 2017 pool? That's the best I can do to navigate
just to give you
around.
some comfort around, you're not. It's actually reasonably public on this particular issue. So yes, it was significantly lower. In fact, the pool, I think it's in our REM report we talk about, and we've made it on the public record. It was 120. The reduction was over $120 million.
Yes, so the size of the reduction is public, as I understand it, but not the size
Correct.
of the pool. That's the point that I understand ANZ
Yes.
has taken in support of the non-publication direction. So we do know from publicly available information that the 2018 incentive pool determined by the board was $124 million less than the amount paid out from the incentive pool for the 2017 financial year.
Yes, that's correct.
And why was there that reduction to the pool for 2018?
So, in simple terms, going back to the formula, it reflects two things. One, the economic profit, the starting point, was lower. I can't remember the amount, but the economic profit was substantially lower. Why? I'll come back to that. So the economic profit was lower, substantially. And secondly, our scorecard rating was different. I can't remember exactly what the change was, but there was a change in our rating out of 100, what percentage we applied to it. So both changed. But the single biggest driver, and we can talk about within the scorecard, there was some movement. Some things were better, some things were worse. But the single biggest driver was economic profit. I think it's important to understand what drove that lower. There were a number of factors. The single biggest driver of the change and the reduction in economic profit was the decision to take the charges for software impairment, remediation, and restructuring. They themselves had a significant impact. As a rule of thumb, they will have cost of the 124, about 100 reduction as a result of that decision.
And the remainder?
The remainder is due to the change in the performance rating. It's actually, a lot of it's to do with the performance rating, I believe.
Now, the remuneration consequences applied this year haven't been limited to the executive level. Your chairman, Mr. Gonski, announced that ANZ's non-executive directors would take a 20% reduction in their fees for the 2019 financial year in recognition of the board's accountability for ANZ's failures.
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, has the board taken that type of reduction in their fees before?
Not to my knowledge.
And do you think that that type of reduction was appropriate?
I was only a small part of that conversation. Obviously, I'm not affected by it. I'm on the board, so I wasn't party to all the conversations. I think it was. I think it showed, again, a sense of unity, a sense of accountability. The number is always problematic. Should it be 20, 30, whatever. I think on balance it's an appropriate number. It's broadly aligned with the impact on the group, as we talked about, and how executives had been reduced versus target. So I think there was some strong logic in it.
I want to move now, Mr. Elliott, to talking about frontline remuneration. And in recent years, ANZ has undertaken a series of pilot programs.
Yes.
And made a series of changes. It appears in an attempt to improve the way in which it incentivises or incents its frontline staff. Now, some of those changes have been made in response to regulatory shifts, a shift following the Sedgwick report. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
But ANZ appears to have taken other steps of its own accord.
Yes.
Now, I want to start by taking you to the submission that ANZ made in response to the Sedgwick Review issues paper in February last year to discuss one of those steps. That's ANZ 800 473 0893. Now, if we turn to 0894, we see as part of this submission, are you familiar with this document,
Yes,
Mr.
I am.
Elliott?
Yes.
I want to take you to the part of this document that deals with the role of targets. And the question posed by Mr. Sedgwick was, is there a realistic alternative to setting targets as an aid to the management of a large organisation? And this was ANZ's response to that question. ANZ referred to having conducted a test and learn trial in one of our retail banking districts, consisting of 10 branches and about 50 branch sales staff over the past 15 months. During the trial, staff performance measures and objectives were changed so that sales targets were removed from the incentive plans and replaced with customer-based metrics. And we see from the next paragraph that staff who took part in the trial were assessed on the Net Promoter Score, as well as customer responsiveness to offers and the quantity and quality of conversations with customers. And the trial, we see from the paragraph underneath, was well received by customers, with feedback showing increased levels of customer satisfaction with their branch experience. There was good staff engagement. Now, that was an encouraging start for the pilot.
Yes.
And then we see further down that a number of performance objectives, recognising that encouraging start, a number of performance objectives from the pilot have been incorporated into incentive plans for frontline staff in the FY17 financial year. But then we get to the following paragraph. Overall sales numbers declined across deposit products, home loans, wealth management products and business products compared to the same period prior to the trial. The district also performed worse on sales than the average across the entire branch network.
Yes.
And you then told Mr. Sedgwick in the following paragraph that the trial highlighted the challenge of tracking and coaching performance for frontline staff in the absence of sales results and sales targets. That was something that your staff found frustrating as the loop was never closed. They could not be sure if they had successfully helped the customer. Data on customer feedback and processes are available, but customer outcomes are unclear.
Yes.
That led to, at the top of the next page, ANZ's position that the overriding conclusion is that there is a role for sales targets and that incentive plans that take into account whole of role performance through a balanced scorecard approach are likely to be optimal.
Yes.
And further down from that, under the heading, is there a realistic alternative to setting any type of targets? Our view is that it would be very difficult to operate a commercial enterprise that has obligations to its customers, bankers, shareholders, community and regulators without some form of targets. Now, this was ANZ's position at this point in time based on this trial.
Yes.
And following this, the Sedgwick report was published and it contained a number of recommendations relating to the remuneration of frontline staff, including a recommendation that banks remove variable reward payments and campaign-related incentives that were directly linked to sales or the achievement of sales targets.
Yes.
And ANZ is in the process of implementing those recommendations?
That's right, yes.
Right. Could I tender this document?
ANZ response to Sedgwick issues paper, ANZ 800 473 0893, Exhibit 7.131.
Now, ANZ is also undertaking a broader project in addition to implementing the Sedgwick recommendations, which appears to be named Reimagining Reward, and it seems to be about assessing whether ANZ's rewards, and I'll come back to that term, properly align to your purpose, culture and strategic direction. Is
That's
that a
correct.
fair assessment?
Yes.
And the conception of reward that's used includes salary and financial incentives, but also includes matters such as growth, performance management, recognition, things of that nature.
Yes, that's right.
And I want to take you to a presentation from August this year that sets out the changes that ANZ was at that point proposing to make to its reward framework as part of that piece of work. ANZ 801 175 6676. Now we see that these are slides for a presentation on the 6th of August this year. Was this a presentation delivered to you or by you? We see it's
right.
for a meeting with Shayne Elliott.
So the Reimagining Reward project is part of a number of strategic initiatives we have across the group, and each of them have a executive committee sponsor. I happen to be the sponsor of this because we deem this to be of great importance in terms of the culture in particular that we're building. So I am the sponsor of it. This was a presentation to me.
I see. Now, if we turn to 6684, we see that as part of this project, ANZ was looking to make 3 key remuneration changes for its frontline staff, which would underpin a single remuneration model at ANZ. And the first related to the remuneration mix, increasing the level of fixed remuneration and decreasing the level of variable remuneration for your staff.
Yes, and again, just one piece of context. This Reimagining Reward is for essentially for everybody at ANZ. This is not just frontline. This is a view, not yet implemented or even agreed, but it is an entire group perspective, and that remuneration mix question. Yes, the concept here behind the design is to rebalance that towards more fixed, and that is based on all sorts of inputs, including staff feedback.
So is that the plan moving forward, to increase fixed remuneration across the group and decrease variable remuneration?
There's an unapproved plan. So this program of work, as you may imagine, is a significant piece of work. The risk of getting this wrong is high because this actually, obviously this really matters, and we need to proceed with confidence. We meet every month. This is only one of many reports. This is an update. The board, HR committee get updates of this. It's our plan at the moment to finalise the model in the coming months with a view to implement it for our next financial year, so that by September 30th we would have, all going well, communicated what we're doing with people, have the systems in place to be able to operationalise this. But the short answer to your question, I would be very surprised if that concept did not make it through to the final design.
And can you explain, you mentioned feedback from customers before, but can you explain in general terms the reason why you are looking to change the remuneration mix to higher fixed and lower variable?
Yes, so just to correct, the feedback was from our staff. So we did it rather than... No, we have had exactly the same questions that you have been alluding to here today. What is the purpose of variable remuneration for many of our people? We have gone through... I've had the benefit of working in the industry for 25, 30 years. I've seen the evolution of it. In ANZ in particular, there was a move towards far more focus on individual contribution, and a sense and a philosophy that we were not alone in, that high-performing cultures, high-performing organisations needed to have high degrees of variable remuneration. That if this was an incentive, you needed to maximise the leverage of that incentive. I think that what we've learnt is that that is flawed in an organisation like ours, where we require far more collaboration and teamwork to achieve good outcomes than the summation of individual. So we feel that we've become too reliant on variable remuneration. Our people tell us the same, essentially, that they feel it exposes them to uncertainty and risk, and to use a term, the concept here, and supported by much literature, is to remove this issue from the table, i.e. if we can give our people a sense of financial security and predictability, as long as we augment that with all sorts of other governance structures, clarity of goals, strong performance assessments, good leadership, we need to take this off the table and get our people focused on doing the right thing.
And when you're referring to taking it off the table, what is it that you're talking about taking off the table?
The people worried, concerned, thinking about my bonus, my variable rem at the end of the year.
So do I take from that then that you are considering a model that not only reduces variable remuneration but eliminates variable remuneration?
So what you might set we're considering that too many of our people have individual variable rem as part remuneration in their total remuneration. What I mean by that is, and I think it may have been discussed here in a previous session at this Royal Commission, we're looking at perhaps we're better for many of our people to say, look, you will get a bonus at the end of the year, but it's largely fixed and we all get the same. I'm making this up. A week's pay, 2 days' pay, $1,000, whatever it might be, but we all get it or we all don't. We all get the same, and it's largely as a result of how the group does. It's not about what you as an individual have done. We will use other tools to engage you as an individual and make sure that you contribute as much, as fully as you can to the group's objectives.
So that's what we see from the second row here, where we see the basis for allocating variable remuneration, increasing the group performance focus and decreasing the individual performance focus.
So it's both. This part, again, this is both that. So this is saying, even for those who do retain an element of variable remuneration, we want the determinant of that to be more thought given to how the group has done rather than you as an individual. But it may well be at an extreme for some people that it's only about group, i.e. the only remuneration, the only variable I get is related to the group's performance.
And we see that from the reference to a portion or all
yes.
of variable rem allocated based on group performance, not individual.
Yes.
So who are you thinking would be in each category? Who are the people who would...
That's the difficult question. So what we are thinking in broad terms, and again, we have a broad range of people at the bank who do all sorts of things. Essentially, we haven't solved that argument, but we are not... I think it's worth making clear, we're not talking about a minority. I'm not talking about a few that would be all group. We'd be talking about a lot. So there would be, I think, really good argument for our people who work in call centres, our people who work in branches, perhaps with some exceptions, our people who work in operational centres, customer complaints, technology. So a lot of those areas, the areas that have caused us the most pause for thinking through, frankly, are less related to the things we're talking about here in the Royal Commission. They're more to do with our institutional bank, our markets operations, our corporate finance teams. That's more where we're having conversation around getting this balance right.
Sorry, so I just want to understand which is which there. So the call centres, the branches, the operational centres, the customer complaints and technology, as opposed to the institutional.
Would be more towards group.
Who would be more towards group?
The long list I gave you.
Yes, the first list.
Yes.
Whereas you're thinking that variable remuneration for the institutional banking operations might still retain an individual focus.
Yes, and there will inevitably be exceptions, even within the Australia retail network, etc. And we've got to work that through. For example, the person who runs that division, Are we really prepared to abandon variable rem for them? I don't think we are. So it's just a question of how far down that will work through the organisation. As I say, this is a huge amount of work. We're committed to making change, but we haven't sorted the details.
Now, can I first tender this document and then ask you some more questions about this?
Reimagining reward, 6 August 18, slide pack, ANZ 801 175 6676, exhibit 7.132.
Now, is part of the thinking about this, Mr. Elliott, that variable remuneration can incentivise or incent poor conduct and poor customer outcomes?
Yes.
And if you move towards this group focus for your variable remuneration, what does that mean for your ability to deter poor individual conduct through the remuneration mechanisms?
Again, that's a very insightful question and a difficult one. We have, as leaders, a range of tools in terms of managing the performance of our people, setting objectives, holding people to account, recognition, advancement, and financial remuneration. At the end of the day, the most, in our experience and research, the most powerful tool is your manager. Is this person taking an interest in me? Do they have my best interest at heart? Are they coaching me? Are they giving me feedback? Am I clear in what is expected of me? And secondly, in an organisation like a bank, where we are not a collection of individuals, in order to achieve almost anything that we do well, it requires collaboration, and therefore, rather than rewarding individual behaviour and inadvertently rewarding competitive behaviour, we want to reward collaboration. One of the examples, we've run another pilot where we have moved many of our branches towards team-based goals, and we may get there, but it's very interesting. We've done this in New Zealand as well as here. Early feedback, one of the unexpected but positive outcomes there were people were more likely to refer the customer to an expert in that environment. So why? Well, when I was individually assessed, I was incented to try to serve the customer and solve all their needs myself. Now that it's a team-based, I'm actually better to call on my colleague who's better at this and refer. I'm not losing by doing that. And that, again, in theory anyway, should result in a better outcome for a customer and actually a better outcome for ANZ.
I want to ask you about that pilot, because the results of that pilot are very interesting results. You've started trialling the removal of individual financial targets and moving towards group financial targets for your frontline staff.
For team targets for this, so the branch or the call centre, yes. And
you've rolled out a pilot program in 50 of your branches?
Yes, I think so. Yes, it's 50, yeah.
And there seem to be plans to expand that pilot throughout next year. Is that right?
So we are going to expand that. My recollection is, talking to the team the other day, we're going to expand this to about a quarter of our network, continue the test through to end of April, and then if successful, we'll roll it out unilaterally, completely across the network.
So could I take you to a presentation about how that pilot's been working,
sure,
which is ANZ 801 242 0048. This is a presentation from August entitled Simplifying Performance Management Pilot CCC Rollout. What's the CCC, Mr. Elliott?
The Customer Contact Centre.
Oh, I see. Now, could I ask you to look at 0049?
Yes.
We see that you started this pilot with an express purpose. Thank you. which was to test a hypothesis, to test the hypothesis that having team financial targets will improve customer experience and banker experience without adversely impacting business performance.
Yes.
Then we see under the journey so far that you've implemented the pilot across 50 branches in Greater Melbourne and
Yes.
Victoria, Tasmania. And the pilot tested the removal of the individual financial objectives. Bankers contributed to a collective branch target as part of their performance review, which took into account all aspects of their role, most importantly customer feedback, but also ANZ values, behaviours, competencies, risk and compliance.
Yes.
Now, could I ask you to move to 0050? We see that under the pilot, all aspects of your existing performance management framework remained the same, but the performance objectives switched from an individual target to a team target for financial performance.
Yes, so this is talking about the operational aspects, the rituals, if you will,
Yes.
remain in place. So we've
Yes.
only changed one variable, which
Yes.
is the metrics.
To
Yes.
test this hypothesis.
Correct.
We see from this slide that the incentives remain the same.
Yes.
Now, can I ask you firstly, I want to take you to some slides about this, but how would you summarise the results of this pilot and the testing of that hypothesis?
Well, in simple terms, they're very encouraging. They appear to, and it's always difficult testing anything. We need a control group. No two districts are alike. There are local factors, environment, the economy and all those things. But I think the team have done a very good job of keeping this as scientific as they can. That's why we're moving to the next phase. It's encouraging. I mean, it's hard to argue with the results. We are seeing customers appear to be achieving better outcomes, or certainly better experience. The outcomes is always difficult because it takes time to see that. There's no diminution in business performance. Our people say they prefer it. There's a lot to like about that as a result.
Can we go back to that 0049 page that I took you to about the purpose?
Yes.
And if we go again into the journey so far and look to the second paragraph there, we see that since the commencement of the pilot, no material drop in financial performance has been detected.
Correct.
With two particular branches retaining their momentum
Yes.
and other branches moving in line with the rest of the area over the pilot period.
Yes.
Pleasingly, early indications are positive for customer experience, banker experience and overall financial performance to target.
Yes.
Now, can I take you to some of the feedback from individual bankers involved in the pilot? But before I do that, this summary suggests, and I think this is the case, that there are a large number of positives that have flowed from this pilot and no obvious drawbacks.
No, you're correct. You're absolutely right.
So if we look at what the individual bankers told you at 0052, the feedback from them was also positive. We see in the top left-hand corner, someone said to you, having no personal targets enables us to help the customer in exactly the way they need, with no expectation of a sale from the interaction or conversation. It means I can spend as much time with each client as needed to ensure they leave the bank satisfied.
Yes, the only caution I would say here is obviously there will be a bias in what's presented to us because the team have an interest in the success of this. And we need to, as part of the pilot, to do our own due diligence to make sure we're not being told good story and that there's a hidden page of all the bad things. But yes, the feedback here is positive.
Have you had any interactions with the team to suggest that there are some hidden poor results?
No, I haven't. I did have some with the first pilot you referred to.
Yes. Well, this is the interesting thing, isn't it? Because this pilot has sent you in a very different direction from the pilot that you did
Yes.
pre the Sedgwick report.
And hence that term test and learn. You try things, you learn, you adjust. I did have some discussions. I happened to have been in that district. It was out of Brisbane the one in the original pilot, and I had the opportunity to speak to some of the bankers, and I did hear some of the not negatives, but some of the drawbacks of that. I haven't done the same here, and again, it won't be up to me necessarily, but I do think we need to do a little bit of work. But on the face of it, this is good.
Well, one of the other points of feedback on this page at the top of the right-hand side is that it seemed to encourage better teamwork and utilisation of everyone's individual areas of expertise, your point from before.
Yes.
As well as incentive for better education between staff, resulting in a more seamless experience for our customers.
Yes.
And then if we turn to 0053 over the page, we see more sentiments to similar effect. But we do see down the bottom of the page someone saying, I think targets help setting a benchmark, and I feel that in this transition phase, some people, including myself, have trouble adjusting to the no target. In saying that, this is a far better experience for the customer.
Yes.
So it's a big shift for your people, is that right, to move away from targets?
I think it's a big shift because it's a change, but I also think human nature being what it is, there are many, not everybody, there are many who like to be able to define their success in some way, and they like to have individual targets. What we have to do as part of this is invest in some of those other mechanisms we talked about in terms of recognising those teams that do well rather than individuals, rewarding them in a broader sense rather than just money. So there's some work to do in that. But yes, people will find it difficult.
Well,
and I noticed that, sorry.
Go on.
No, I one of my experiences in that branch when I was in Brisbane is that what some of the people were doing, and they showed me, was on the inside of their folders, they had their own targets. So they had essentially felt the need to set themselves some motivating targets and a sense of scorecard, and so they'd done it for themselves. Sorry.
No. In a sense, to adopt a military metaphor, which is always unwise, it depends on the quality of your junior leaders, doesn't it?
Totally.
You can have the general staff and the senior leaders off in the chateau, but what really matters is how the junior leaders in the trenches are dealing with the troops.
100%. And that what goes with this, and I think if we explored further in their reimagining reward work, it does talk, I believe, in those documents about the requirement to upskill and support our leaders because their role changes in this environment. Far more to be a coach, far more involved and observing. Now, not all of them will naturally have those skills, and that's something we need to invest in.
Do you think there's a chance that even with team financial targets rather than individual targets, it's going to be hard to shift individualistic sales behaviour? The example you gave before of the person who had set their own targets.
Well, we have to decide what we care about and whether we think it's important. There will be some people out there who are by nature motivated, they're very competitive, they see themselves as individuals. I'm not saying they don't have value in the community, but we may decide that the team is more important. It's easy for me to say that, but I believe that's true. And I think there will be a natural readjustment of our workforce as a result of this. Like we have seen by already early signs of removing more individual bonuses, if you will, is already starting to see a shift. We have seen what historically we would have described as high-performing individuals move to other industries or other aspects of the industry because, they prefer that kind of culture where their individual performance is directly rewarded.
What about, do you think individuals will still feel pressure? I think I'm talking about a different set of individuals than the ones we were just talking about then. Still feel pressure to meet team-based sales targets because that leads to remuneration and incentive outcomes for them and the rest of the team.
Yes, there's no perfect system, and you could take this to some logical conclusion and say now we'll just have competitive teams, but they'll still be benchmarking themselves against each other, and that's why I think in isolation this is a good thing. In and of itself does not resolve the problem. It's an important element, and it goes back to where we were discussing before about reimagining reward. The hypothesis is if we marry this with, for example, a remuneration system which is not individually or even team assessed for that matter, but is largely about the group, ANZ, you know, in this case the branches, and I mentioned this would be a part of the population that may well have very little individual, their individual metric would be very small or zero in determining their annual bonus, if you will. That may actually reinforce this. There's no value in me competing with the branch next door. I'm here for the good of ANZ and my car. I just do my best and we will all win together. That sounds a little naive, but that's, I think, the direction we're going.
Would you consider undertaking a pilot that removes all financial metrics from your employee scorecards for your frontline people?
So that was the pilot that we did out of Brisbane. All the financials got taken away, and that was the one where we saw, and part of the difficulty there was, we talk about retaining customer metrics. We've got relatively immature metrics there. We use Net Promoter Score like many of our peers, or customer satisfaction. That's a measure. It's not a terribly, it's useful. I'd rather our customers were happy with the experience than not, but that in and of itself does not define the right outcome. So while we took away the financials and we replaced it just with these limited tools on customer, we did see a fall off in financial performance. Now, it might be easy to say, well, does that matter? At the end of the day, it does. We are a commercial enterprise. If that is the end game, then we will not be able to afford to keep branches and services going. So it's about getting the balance right.
So that, when you refer to the Brisbane pilot, is that the pilot that underpinned your submission to Sedgwick?
Yes.
Or, yes, I understand.
Sorry, yes, that was the one where we removed all. Now, yes, that was the one, yes.
Yes.
And we removed, just to be clear, my recollection is not only did we remove it in the branches, we removed it from their managers as well. So I know there's been questions in the past, might be nice that I don't have a metric, but if my boss does, it is a derived metric. It will be made clear to me. So we removed it some levels up. But that was our first pilot, and that was the one pre-Sedgwick, yes.
And that was the one where the results were observed in the submission to Mr. Sedgwick.
Yes.
Commissioner, could I tender this document?
Simplifying Performance Management Pilot CCC, rollout August 2018, ANZ 801242 0048, Exhibit 7.133.
Commissioner, I see the time. I do have some time left with Mr. Elliott, so I think that might be an appropriate time.
What time should we begin tomorrow?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Can you be back at 10 o'clock, Mr. Elliott?
Of course. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. We'll
Thank
adjourn till that time. Yes, Ms. Hall.
Mr. Elliott, could I turn to asking you some questions about some aspects of ANZ's consumer lending practices?
Yes.
The first thing I want to ask you about is ANZ's use of the HEM benchmark. Now, in October 2016, APRA asked a number of banks, including ANZ, to get an independent targeted review done assessing the risks associated with potential misrepresentation of mortgage borrower financial information.
Yes.
And KPMG did the targeted review for ANZ.
That's right.
And they delivered a report in April last year.
I believe so, yes.
And KPMG found that 73% of the files that they tested at ANZ defaulted to the household expenditure measure, or HEM.
Yes.
And after that report was provided, ANZ wrote to APRA and told APRA that it was taking steps to reduce its reliance on the HEM benchmark for the purposes of inquiring into and verifying a consumer's financial information.
Yes, that's right.
And since that letter, which was sent in September last year, ANZ has been engaging with APRA about its use of HEM.
Yes.
Now, in March this year, you discussed, among other topics, ANZ's use of HEM with APRA during a prudential consultation. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the specifics, but I believe that to be the case, yes.
Could I show you a file note, an APRA file note of that prudential consultation meeting, which is APRA 005000010164. So this is a note from APRA of a prudential consultation on the 7th of March this year, and you were one of the attendees.
Yes, I recall, yes.
Now, if we turn to 0168 in the document, we see that the note records about halfway down, there's a reference to SE, a reference to you.
Yes.
At high level, ANZ doesn't disagree about weaknesses in HEM. ANZ's issue is that it is easy to talk theoretically on this, but from a practical perspective, it is difficult. For example, there is difficulty in verifying people's positions when they are not your customer. Don't disagree with the need to address these issues, and they are doing more work, working on the tools.
Yes.
Now, is that a broadly accurate description of comments by you at this prudential consultation meeting?
Yes, I think they're a fair representation.
And what weaknesses in HEM were you referring to here?
So my recollection is less a comment on weaknesses in the index, rather it's a comment on the weaknesses in the application of it and the usage of it. So we accept that it's conservative in terms of it's a relatively low level of expenditure. And again, what we were referring to further in this comment was the difficulty and the reason we use HEM in particular. It's when we are dealing with applicants who are not our customers, and therefore we have difficulty in seeing their financial position.
What about applicants who are your customers? Do you make use of the full set of information that you have about those customers?
No, and I think that is an agreed area for improvement. So historically we had not. And when we talked about the work we are doing and working on the tools, I believe that's a reference to the fact that we have an investment program at the present. It's a piece of software called TriX, which we're developing, which would allow us to analyse an ANZ customer's actual expenditure. And what that sounds easy, but what it does, it can identify which expenditure out of your account is rent, which may be utility bills, which might be discretionary expenditure, etc. So it's a tool that will enable us to do a better job of looking at an individual's actual historical expenditure through an ANZ account. And that's limited because we know, and I can give you the statistics if you prefer, but many of our customers do not only bank with, even if they have an account with ANZ, it's not necessarily their only account, and so we don't know which other accounts they have. And most applicants for a home loan with us are not ANZ customers.
So is it the case, though, moving forward, that you plan to try and use the information that you do have from the accounts that they do hold with you to get a better sense of their living expenses in order to assess their financial position and comply with your responsible lending obligations?
Yes, and that is the plan, and that work is underway. And just for a point of clarification, it is for all expenditure rather than just living expenses.
I understand.
So, yes.
And what about the customers who don't have accounts with you? And can I ask, before we move to them, do you expect there to be any role for the use of HEM for customers who do bank with you and for whom you can assess expenses?
Yes, I do expect that. And there are some... The term HEM is used in broad terms as if it is an index. It's not an index, it is a series of indices. They have various timescales. We use an income-adjusted HEM. We also adjust it for the number of dependents you use, etc. So there is some finesse in the use of HEM. I believe that even if our system operates at the level we expect, TriX, there will still be cases that will default to HEM. We expect that to be, or our plan, if you will, is if we are successful in the rollout of our system, our usage of HEM should fall to around a third of our applications in total, not necessarily ANZ customers.
And what about the ANZ customers?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm not sure that I have that on the top of my mind, what that would be, but I would imagine that that would be so lower than a third, because we obviously have greater information about ANZ customers.
And when you speak of defaulting to HEM, I just want to make sure I understand the particular use that HEM is having. Is HEM to be used to verify the customer's financial position, or is it to be used as a serviceability measure?
So there's an issue here around definitions of those terms. Well, not an issue, but perhaps a lack of clarity, and perhaps we use those terms loosely. It's my understanding that my understanding, and also from reading commentary made from our regulators, which support that HEM is part of the verification process. So we use HEM in order to meet our obligations under our responsible lending regulations.
In what way? As a flaw, as a...
As a test. We know that people have difficulty recalling their expenditure, despite asking more and more detailed questions, which we've certainly done, and there's been no measurable change in the total. And it's not that people I'm not sure that I buy the argument that people are deliberately misleading. People know roughly what their household expenditures are. And if I give an example, most people know what they earn pretty accurately. Most people know what's left in the bank at the end of the month, whether there is surplus, and so they intuitively know what their expenses are. Where they struggle is to determine the categories of expense, where it actually went. And particularly when you're asking somebody to recall it over a year, not all expenditure happens in equal monthly amounts, for example. So we ask questions. I think it's fair to say in the past we haven't asked enough questions, and we haven't done enough work using our own data, and that's what we're fixing. But then ultimately we use it as a benchmark, just as a test, a rule of thumb, to say, does this sound right for a person in this family situation with this income? Does it feel right? Now, another observation about HEM, which is a weakness, HEM, my understanding anyway, it is an index that is created from, essentially, it's representing all families, or all, it's all families in Australia. People who are borrowing for a mortgage are not necessarily typical of all families. Only a third of Australian households actually do have a mortgage, 2/3 do not. I'm not sure it's reasonable to assume that the people who are applying for mortgages have the same spending habits as average Australians, given that in preparation for a mortgage it's likely you've been saving to create a deposit. So there are some limitations in it, but it's a useful test to say, does it seem reasonable?
You said that your hope is that with the investment in technology and the further questions that you're now asking, the use of HEM overall will come down to about a third of your home loan applications. Yes. Do you know what it is roughly now?
Yes, so at the time of the Prudential Review, we were in the mid-70s. I think it was 73%, the number you quoted. There's a slight difference between applicants that come through our own branch channels and applicants that come through a broker. The most recent data we've had is that in total, the average is now in the mid-50s and continues to trend down. And the most recent data, that is across the whole portfolio. I had some data from my team literally last week in terms of our branch channel. So I don't have the broker channel. The branch channel is now in the mid-40s. So we are seeing quite a significant change happening in real time.
And what do you attribute that to, Mr. Elliott?
I attribute that to a few things. One is just greater care, to be perfectly honest. We are more diligent. We have made it important. We've talked to our front line. We've reinforced the need for people to ask more questions. I think that's the most, so there's behavioural elements to it. And then, as I mentioned, we have implemented new processes. We have a home loan guide, which we've updated, which our home loan managers have to work through, and we're being much more insistent about following the guide, and we've improved the guide, giving it greater depth and greater scrutiny to questions.
And you said that there was a difference between the use of HEM through loans that come through brokers
Yes.
and loans that come directly to you. What sort of numbers do you see in the broker channel?
So perhaps surprisingly, when we did the review, when we were talking about the mid-70s, the branch channel was actually had slightly higher usage or dependency on HEM as opposed to the broker. That actually is counterintuitive. I think it would be reasonable to expect, well, if we know these customers, one might expect to use HEM less. So when discussing that with the team and looking at it, I think there is a rational answer for that, yet to be proven totally with data, but there's a rational answer. And the rational answer is actually applicants that come through us through a branch typically look different than applicants that come through a broker. And that is that there is a skew within those applicants towards what we would call a top-up mortgage. So I already have a mortgage with ANZ, and my application is to increase it. And those are mostly for renovation purposes, not always, but mostly. In that case, given the strength of relationship that applicant has with the bank manager, the home loan manager, has historically been more likely to, if you will, shortcut the process, understand the position, hasn't documented it necessarily very well, and so there's a slightly higher dependency on him. That's changing as we speak. As of in the latest data I saw, the branch network is now lower in terms of its usage or reliance on him versus the broker channel. And that's because we are in, if you will, greater control of that process in terms of our ability to coach and send signals to our branch network.
Yes, I wanted to ask you about that because the first thing that you attributed the decline to was greater care, more diligence, behavioural changes. How will you seek to drive those sorts of changes to people who are not your employees in the broker channel?
So we'll do exactly the same. It just is a little bit more difficult because of numbers, and we have less direct influence, but we have a lot of influence. So we've updated the home lenders guide that we require the brokers to use. We have been very direct with our aggregators and brokers of our expectations, and we've improved our hindsight monitoring and of broker applications. And we, at the end of the day, when the broker submits an application, we still assess it. So we still have controls. So we're much more likely to send it back if we see discrepancies than we have been in the past. And their numbers are coming down rapidly as well. Yes. So I don't want to forget that point.
Yes.
It's just that the branch has come down slightly faster.
And you would expect to see no more than around a third across both channels?
Yes.
And how long do you think it might take you to get to that point?
We have made a commitment to our regulator that, from recollection, it is by the end of our next financial year, so later in calendar 2019. That's my recollection.
All right. Could I tender the note of that Prudential Consultation, Commissioner? Prudential
Consultation file note of meeting 7 March 18, APRA 005000010164, Exhibit 7.134.
Now, I want to stick with the topic of mortgage brokers, Mr. Elliott. In your statement, you said that change is needed in the mortgage broking industry to better protect the interests of home loan customers who use a broker.
Yes.
And am I right in thinking there are at least two parts to that change that you think is needed? Change in relation to clarification of the duty owed by brokers and changes in relation to the remuneration of brokers.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you about both of those matters, but firstly, are there any other ways in which you think change needs to be brought to the mortgage broking industry?
No, I think that other changes would be reinforcing of those. So, for example, if we talked about some sort of professionalisation of the industry or training requirements, that licensing, that would be more about the duty. Yes. So it would be in support of that. Yes.
So let's talk about that duty. In your statement, you say that you believe that many, if not most, customers would believe that their brokers already owe them a duty to protect their interests.
Yes, I do believe that.
And on that topic, can I take you to the evidence that you gave earlier this year in the Productivity Commission as part of their inquiry into competition in the Australian financial system? Could I take you to RCD 0014 0069 0001? Now, this is evidence that you gave on the 6th of March this year, Mr. Elliott, and I'd like to direct your attention to a passage at 0025.
Yes.
Now, there had been a discussion prior to the statement you make about halfway down the page about whether a broker should be under a duty of care to act in a customer's best interests. Do you recall that?
I remember the broad conversation, yes.
And you said, so I think it's important to go and ask consumers. Let's find out. But my guess, and I've done a bunch of focus groups when I first took on the job and listened to people and issues, I imagine that a lot of people think that the broker does have a duty of care to them. I imagine that when mums and dads walk into a broker, they assume that that is the case. You may even go as far to say they have a best interest duty as well. I don't know, but I think there is an expectation, and I think FOFA and others have probably raised that expectation. People would say, well, if that's the rule for a financial planner, I assume it is for a broker. But I think it's important to go and ask consumers and their representatives to see what they would expect. Now, that was the evidence that you gave to the Productivity Commission. What I want to ask you, Mr. Elliott, is whether you think it's time for that belief on the part of consumers that you referred to in this evidence to be reflected in the law.
Yes, I do. I'm not a lawyer. I can't suggest how that might manifest itself or what terms it uses, but I believe it should be reinforced in the law, yes.
Yes. So are there any views that you'd like to advance, bearing in mind that you're not a lawyer, about the form of duty?
I've since doing the research, obviously, for this conversation with the Productivity Commission and afterwards, I've had a bit of a learning around the difference between customer first and the best interests duty. I don't know. I'm not really equipped to comment on the difference. I understand there is potentially a difference in terms of the obligations that come with those terms. I just think it's, and from a simple perspective, and that's what I was trying to say here, as a customer, when I walk into a broker, I believe they're acting for me. That's what our customers tell me, that they're acting in their best interests, and I think that should be codified in a way, and there should be some obligations that come with that, that include what happens when things go wrong, when brokers do not meet that obligation. How are those disputes resolved? I think there would be value in having a framework for that. And just to add, my conversations, which are limited with aggregators in particular, is they broadly agree. That's my understanding. They see it as a profession. They want to raise standards, and this is one way of doing it.
You referred in your evidence to the FOFA changes and the duty
Yes.
imposed on financial advisors or planners as a result of those changes, and the potential link between those changes and expectations that consumers might have.
Yes.
You do see that link? You think it's more likely now that people would think a broker is acting in their best interests?
I do. It's not based on data or any particular survey. I think it's a personal opinion. I think that those reforms have had sufficient coverage. I think most people understand, maybe not in legal terms and formal terms, but I think they understand the responsibilities that a planner has. Certainly I see that in terms of, it manifests itself in terms of the way that people come to us and complain and say something went wrong. They understand the duty is there. And I don't think it's unreasonable that you would extend that. For most people, the activities of a broker seem awfully similar. They are different. There is a difference, but they feel similar. I'm going to a person essentially for advice. Now, again, there's a legal definition around advice, but that's the relationship that person has. And that's been reinforced to me time and time again in these focus groups or speaking to customers. They believe They put it simply, that the broker is on their side. And I think that would benefit from reinforcement.
Can I ask you then about remuneration for brokers? You say in your statement that you think there's merit in considering alternative models for broker remuneration to ensure that the current model remains appropriate and better than any alternative. Now, is that because you accept that there's an inherent risk that incentives might cause brokers to behave in ways that lead to poor customer outcomes?
There is always that risk, as we discussed yesterday. The term incentive is to incent behaviour. Therefore, it can be misused, or it can cause, unintended outcomes if the broker is, apt to be led by their own financial reward. Yes.
And an example that you gave in your statement of an alternative remuneration model that could be considered is a model involving a flat fee paid by the lender to the broker. What do you see as the benefits of that sort of model?
So my statements here in our witness statement, but also just publicly on this, is really referring to the fact that it deserves thought, and there would be value in doing detailed research. No system is perfect. A fixed fee is also capable of being misused and also leading to unintended outcomes. It is just my observation that there is at least some data on this from other markets, most notably in Northern Europe. It seems a model that's worth looking at. I'm not suggesting it's necessarily an improvement. It just feels like a credible alternative. And the benefit there is a little bit like financial planning. You pay a fee for a service. The service is the work you are paying for, and perhaps the fee should not necessarily be tied to the outcome. I think that's not an unreasonable proposition.
That's a very important matter, isn't it? Because moving to a fixed fee model would remove the link between the loan size and
Yes.
the money that's paid to the broker. And do you see that as an advantage, as an improvement?
Well, for some, I do. The difficulty with a fixed fee, if I may, is it essentially is of major advantage to people who can afford and have the financial position to undertake large mortgages. Yet it potentially is a burden to those who have small. So a subsidy would be being paid by those least able to afford it, and it runs the risk of making broking a privilege for the wealthy.
Are you talking there about a fee paid by the lender?
Well, at the end of the day, the fee is paid. At the end of the day, it's paid by the customer.
Yes.
How it manifests itself is slightly different. But that is, you're right, it's more of an issue if it's paid by the borrower.
Yes.
If it's paid by the lender, that may mitigate some of that risk. That's a fair point.
Right, and I just want to ask you some questions about that model of moving away from the fee being paid by the lender and a fee being paid directly by the borrower.
Yes.
That, of course, could be capitalised into the loan.
Yes,
Do
it
you
could.
agree with that?
Yes.
And would that address some of the concerns that you have?
Not really. Again, you're paying for it. We can move it further away so it's not immediately obvious to you, but somebody's paying for that customer. So again, if it's paid by the borrower, the incentive there will be that people seeking smaller loans, it would be uneconomic to go to a broker. So a broker becomes a service for the wealthy, much like financial planning has become.
But what about moving to the Netherlands model, which requires a fee to be paid not just to the broker, but also to the bank for the origination of the loan?
Again, there's merit in looking at that. It still is an imposition of cost that would otherwise not have been there. So today, reasonable,
That wouldn't have been there, or wouldn't have been transparently there.
Well, the volume that came through the broker would have been there, but again, a reasonable amount of volume comes straight to my branch. A lot of that is just top-ups. People don't pay for that one way or the other. There's no hidden fee. They're not paying brokerage, and now they would be compelled to pay me a fee. So I think there is some there would be some cost. There would be new costs. In my example before, I'm coming for a top-up. I've already got $500,000 loan. I want a $50,000 top-up for renovation. And now I, as a bank, you go to your bank and I'm compelled to charge you a flat fee. Why?
Well, the argument is to create channel neutrality between brokers and banks.
And in the pursuit of that, create a distribution, if you will, a subsidy from small borrowers to large. The beneficiaries in that system are people who have large debt.
But it's the case, is it not, that even under the present system, the commission-based system, it is the borrower who is paying. The borrower is not seeing a fee for that service that they are getting, but the reality is that somewhere filtered back down to them will be the cost of that service from the bank.
In general terms, yes, not necessarily in direct terms like that fee I charge you as a borrower, but true. And just in terms of that, we at ANZ actually, I'd have to go back and look, but we have for some time disclosed that. So when you do get a mortgage through a broker, we do advise the customer what we have paid that broker. So it is disclosed to them. But I take your point. All I'm pointing to is any system has issues with it. The problems with the lender paying is, as I said, this discrimination against people who otherwise wouldn't have paid anything, who are small borrowers. It actually does two things. In a flat fee that I pay as a customer, it actually incents me to get the biggest loan possible. So in my example, I would think I should get as much value out of my fee as possible. I'll get the biggest possible loan so I don't have to go back for a top-up, because then I have to pay the fee twice. So people will be incented to borrow more. If it's paid by the lender to the broker, if they are apt to act badly and be incented in a poor way, their incentive will be to encourage people to borrow less and come back for more top-ups so that they get more fees. So there are consequences.
How common are these top-up situations, Mr.
So in any
Elliott?
year, I can only give you the volume, the value, rather than the number. At ANZ, we would book new loans of around $50 billion a year. That's new to the bank. Our top-ups, and above that, we would do about $17 billion in top-ups. So it's material. It's 30-odd% of our volume.
In your evidence to the Productivity Commission, you said that you understood that there were already brokers in Australia who were charging customers directly, but you weren't sure how prevalent that was or how big a part of the market it was.
That's what I've been told, and I've been told they're it's a niche offering and it has not been hugely successful, but I believe it is available.
You also said in your evidence to the Productivity Commission that a move to a fixed fee model was not something that you thought could evolve naturally. You said that you thought it would require intervention as an industry or regulation. Do you still hold that view?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could I tender Mr. Elliott's evidence in the Productivity Commission?
Transcript of the evidence of Mr. Elliott, Productivity Commission inquiry into competition in the Australian financial system, 6 March 18, RCD 001400690001, Exhibit 7.135.
I want to turn to another topic, Mr. Elliott, which is ANZ's culture and the steps that you're taking to change ANZ's culture and to evaluate the changes that you're making to culture. Now, we've touched on that a little already,
Yes.
but in the submissions that ANZ provided to the Commission following the interim report, ANZ said that as a generalisation, over a number of years and due to various events, the financial services industry has developed a culture that is overly focused on revenue and sales. This is a topic that I asked you about yesterday.
Yes.
And can I ask you just to reflect on what those events were that you think have led to the development of that culture across the industry?
And again, without repeating myself too much, I think yesterday we talked about Australia has been blessed with a growing economy for 30 years. In that environment, in an operation like ours, which at a superficial level, but has some weight to it. We run a largely fixed cost operation. There's a large fixed cost in running a bank, the technology, the branch network, etc. You have a high returning business, ROEs, return on equity approaching 20% in the early part of that period, and fast growing. The logical strategy to pursue in that is to grow, is to do more. And so the way you do more is to focus on growing revenue, and so it becomes a derivative of that strategy to continue to do more. And at some level that becomes so confined that people become totally fixated on just the revenue achievement. That's what I'm referring to.
So it wasn't a matter of external events, it
No.
was the development within the industry of this pursuit of growth in an economically stable and profitable environment?
Yes, and again, this is grossly simplistic, but if we go back a few years, I think it's widely accepted that if we take home loans, for example, is probably the easiest example, the return on equity at the origination of a home loan, so at the time, was somewhere in the 30% area. That is taken into account the level of capital you had to hold, the margins, and importantly, credit losses, which in Australia have been close to zero over that period of time. Well, if something has a 30% ROE, and remember the market's growing every year, you know, a commercial enterprise will want as much of that as they can get. And so you grow, and you don't spend too much time discerning which part of the market you want. It is largely all good. And so that has kind of fed this culture over a period of time. That's changed dramatically, by the way. The returns now are half that, and growth is, you know, close to zero. So that is necessitating a complete rethink of strategy and how to succeed.
Could I ask you then to reflect not on culture within the industry, but culture within ANZ? And you've been at ANZ for some time. How would you describe the culture at ANZ back when you were Chief Financial Officer of ANZ?
So the culture at ANZ can be described in a number of ways. At its heart, our bank has always been outward-looking, internationally focused, adventurous, compared to some of our peer group. We've always had international aspirations and networks, and that you can see it in the place in terms of the nature of the people, what we talk about, what we care about. We would be described still and then as a nice culture. It was a culture that valued collaboration, collegiality, did not value challenge, robust debate necessarily. It was a culture that, as I mentioned yesterday in terms of our values, was comfortable around integrity and collaboration, was less comfortable about excellence in terms of performance on that. It was a good news culture, so a culture that liked to hear good news, that valued that. And it was a culture largely individualistic, so it valued individuals, it valued stars, it rewarded individuals, and therefore it led to this model of confederation. You know, we were a confederation of business units, teams, individuals doing their own things. So those are some of the descriptions I would give. So
do I understand you to be saying that it was at the same time collaborative and collegial, but also with this focus on rewarding individuals?
That's a good observation. So it's a very good point. So it was collaborative or collegial in the sense that people were nice to each other, not necessarily that they truly were collaborative in the sense that you or I might understand in terms of we work together to achieve an outcome. That is a very perhaps subtle but important difference.
So the outcomes were individual focused,
yes,
and the reward for the outcomes was individual focused.
Yes, and you saw that in the way our incentive structures really talked about individual contribution, and there was higher leverage or multiples given for what was deemed to be outperforming individuals.
Now, I think this came through in a number of answers that you gave yesterday, Mr. Elliott, but could I ask you to summarise what the culture is that you are now trying to create at
Sure.
ANZ?
Sure. So we have a sense of purpose, and underlying that is a culture of really three aspects. One is customer centricity. It's an easy thing to say, quite difficult to do. We talk about why, but customer centricity. Two, and they're all related, learning, culture of learning, a culture that learns from its mistakes, a culture that is curious, that asks questions of what we do today, but also looks at other industries and other practices to try and learn and continually innovate and try new things, a culture that rewards people who try new things, etc., but does it well, and again going with that excellence. And the last part of the culture that's very important to us is a culture of simplicity, a culture that believes in the value of doing a few things and doing them well. Let's not create complexity for the sake of it. So if those are the three parts of our aspirational culture. We've got work to do on all three.
A number of the documents that have been produced by ANZ to the Commission refer to a speak-up culture.
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so that's part of the... In order to be well governed, be well managed from a risk perspective, to uncover where we make mistakes, to be able to learn from them and remediate them, we need people to say what when they see things, and we need a culture that people feel empowered, encouraged to speak up and say there's something wrong here. I was reminded in putting together our first submission to this Royal Commission, when I looked through the 50 pages and you looked for what were the common causes here. Many of those individual cases I was familiar with, but if you looked at them as a group and said, what was common here? And again, this is a generalisation. Virtually none of them came through formal governance, came to our attention through formal governance processes, external audit, internal audit, reviews, etc. Nearly all of them came through somebody in the bank speaking up, a new manager who was questioning a process, why is this happening? Or a customer actually speaking up and saying there's something wrong here. So I think having a speak-up culture is incredibly important in a bank as an ingredient of being well governed and being aware of what is happening in your company and your people.
And in the time that you've been CEO, it appears that ANZ has done a significant amount of work in assessing its culture. Is that right?
Well, we've tried.
Yes. Well, can I talk to you about your attempts to
Sure.
do that? Your internal audit team has designed a cultural assessment tool. Is that right?
Yes.
And when was that tool designed?
From memory, 2 years ago, something around that time.
And that tool appears to focus on organisational culture rather than solely on risk culture. Is that right?
Yes.
And the methodology used by the cultural assessment tool has been validated through engagement with APRA.
Validated may be a strong term, but it's certainly we've discussed it with APRA, yes.
Yes. I took that term from one of your documents.
Okay,
but
right.
how would you put it?
Oh, no, I think, we were encouraged. So it may sound hokey, but, we know that the ultimate differentiator or driver of competitive advantage is your culture. And so we were thinking about that anyway. At the same time, we were being quite rightly asked by APRA to consider culture when they were talking about prudential supervision, etc., in terms of being unquestionably strong. If we go back to the financial services inquiry it was referred to. Those conversations are going on, our own interest, APRA's interest, and we kind of coalesce that into this work. And to your point, we tried to move away from a narrow definition of culture around risk culture, which was primarily what APRA were quite rightly interested in, to a broader view. What we wanted to do was engage APRA in that conversation to get their thoughts about, was what we're doing of value, and was it valid in that sense? I don't know that we were necessarily seeking their approval or endorsement, but really seeking their expertise to say, was this helpful from their perspective?
And what was their feedback?
From memory, we engaged a lot about definitions, what exactly we were trying to achieve. I think it was constructive. I couldn't tell you that it was necessarily formal. I'm not sure, to be honest, whether there are any formal feedback documents, but I know in conversations it was a constructive conversation.
Could I show you a document that describes this approach to assessing culture, which is ANZ 800-076-4416. This appears, Mr. Elliott, to be a document for the board for a meeting on the 4th of October last year, presented by the people whose names we see on the front page. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Relating to these culture assessments.
Yes.
And could I take you to 4421 within this document? This diagram appears to show that what ANZ measures as part of this cultural assessment is 4 key levers that it considers impact on ANZ's culture and the way people within ANZ work.
Yes.
And those 4 levers are leadership and tone from the top, middle management and tone from the middle, risk environment, and a transparency and speak up culture.
Yes.
Then if we turn to 4422, we see that ANZ appears to use 4 different mechanisms in the assessment. It engages with business leadership to, amongst other things, seek input on the relevant questions to be asked.
Yes.
It sends an online survey to all employees.
Yes.
And this slide indicates that ANZ set a target response rate of 60%, but the response rate for the pilot cultural audits for the survey was around 73%.
Yes.
So more people participated than you expected.
Well, more people participated than we'd set a benchmark at 60, thinking that would be representative and we could take comfort from the scale of that if it reached 60%. Yeah.
And the internal audit team, as part of that part of the process, then undertakes the statistical analysis of that data from the online survey.
Yes.
And then ANZ conducts focus groups and one-on-one interviews.
Yes.
And the slide shows us that at this time, in October last year, about 6 focus groups were to be conducted and there were an additional 6 one-on-one interviews.
That's right, yes.
And we see that the purpose of this stage is to clarify cultural strengths, challenges and associated root cause analysis.
Yes.
And the final mechanism is engagement with the leadership team. And the leadership team then creates an action plan over a 3-month period with oversight from internal audit.
Yes.
And then there appears to be ongoing engagement with management to discuss the effectiveness of the agreed actions, with more formal reassessments undertaken as needed.
Yes.
Now, does this remain ANZ's approach to cultural assessment?
In broad terms, yes. I couldn't comment on every single bullet point, but yes, this is exactly what we do across the group today, yes.
So you have continued with this approach?
Yes, we have.
And the documents that we have suggest that as of the 30th of June this year, the internal audit team had conducted more than 30 cultural assessment reviews covering more than 21,000 of your employees.
Yes.
And 16 of those, covering 10,000 employees, were completed in your 2018 financial year.
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
And they included reviews into a number of units within your Australia division, including business and regional banking. Also included your direct life insurance business.
Yes.
And that's within the wealth part of your business.
Yes, it is.
Is that
yes.
right?
Yes.
Now, the documents indicated to us that you anticipate a further 6 cultural assessment reviews being completed, or you did anticipate them being completed by the end of September this year. Did that occur?
I couldn't tell you. If we have an audit plan that's monitored by our audit committee, so I'd be surprised if they didn't happen.
And have you also now commenced reassessments to assist in your understanding of shifts in culture over time?
Yes, with the only I can't be certain it's in terms of following this process, but as a broad assessments we have through our talent and culture team, we've undertaken some studies to see shifts in behaviours, particularly around our leaders, which is related to this.
So having discussed the approach with you, I now want to move to some of the results of that work, but could I tender this document, Commissioner?
Internal Audit Culture Assessment Board Presentation for October 17, ANZ 800 0764416, Exhibit 7.136.
Could we now bring up ANZ 801 252 0399? This is a presentation that explains the results of a cultural assessment of the finance workforce within ANZ.
Yes, that's right.
From January this year. And am I right in understanding the finance workforce to be comprised of people with a direct link to your Chief Financial Officer?
Yes, that's right.
And
yes.
so who are those sorts of people, Mr.
So
Elliott?
they fall into various categories. The vast bulk of these people are our accounting and financial control functions. They either work in group, so they're responsible for our regulatory reporting, our financial accounts. There's also a significant group which we would determine to be finance business partners, so they sit with the businesses and provide management information rather than formal accounts, but driver analysis, etc., and advice to the businesses. There are also some small teams in the group, for example, tax specialists, including and also our mergers and acquisitions team. So there's some specialist groups in there as well.
Could I ask you to look at 4101, which sets out what were observed after the process that we've just discussed was completed, what were observed to be the cultural strengths of the team? I'm sorry, 0401. And the observed cultural strengths for this team within ANZ included a strong sense of personal accountability, resilience and risk management responsibility.
Yes.
And could we turn then to 0402? I'm not sure if it's possible to bring 0402 and 0403 onto the screen at the same time, because these two pages set out what were observed to be the cultural challenges for the finance team. Thank you. And on the first page, we see under the heading, I'll go to 0403 on the right-hand side. Under the heading, decisions are perceived to be short-term and not aligned to values, we see employees are seeking more value alignment in decision-making, particularly respect and collaboration. Only 39% of finance employees believe systems are designed to support decision-making. Leadership decisions are seen to be aligned to short-term cost KPIs rather than long-term strategic KPIs.
Yes.
And we see below that, under the heading Speaking Up is a Challenge, that 72% of employees in this team only sometimes or do not share bad news due to fear of repercussions.
Yes.
And in the second dot point there, finance managers are perceived to be less likely to escalate issues compared with other areas of the bank, and 69% of employees feel that action is taken, action to resolve issues raised. I'm not quite sure what that last...
What that means is that when people basically said, if you raise an issue, how confident are you it'll actually lead to action?
Yes.
And finance is saying, well, 69% of them feel that, as opposed to 75% of the average population, yes. So they're less likely to believe something will be done.
So how are these sorts of findings received by the relevant unit within the bank?
So that's a good question. Just to give you a bit of context, when this first idea came up, I have to admit I was a little sceptical about doing a cultural audit. How exactly would that work? What exactly would they ask? How reliable would the data be? because we already do a lot of surveys. So we piloted it. I recall I think we piloted it in Singapore actually. And the feedback from the team, the recipients, a very senior person in the bank who'd been in the bank for a period of time, was that this was enormously valuable information. And it gave them the ability to not only get this feedback, but do something about it. So the good news here is that we're getting this feedback. The team, so this report actually was to the finance leadership team. They're aware, audit present this and say this is what we found, and then it is their responsibility to go and craft an action plan. What are they going to do? Now, I can't tell you what the action plan here on this particular one, but I know they are held to account for that. And then summaries of this, and I'm not sure if this particular one, but summary reports go to the HR committee of the board.
So we know from the process that what should happen is that the leadership team develops an action plan over a 3-month period.
Yes.
That has oversight from internal audit, and that there's ongoing engagement with management about that. So that would have been what happened in this case.
I presume so. And the challenge there will be, we're talking about culture, and it's not going to fix it in 3 months. But the question is the action plan reasonable, and can the team show that they're actually doing what they say? And the ultimate test will be when we go back and revisit at some point to see whether that change has been effective.
So is that the plan, that these people then participate, or the people who were in the business at that time then participate in this process again?
Yes.
So that you compare the results at that point in time with the previous results?
Yes, so much like we would do any audit, and we haven't built this muscle perfectly yet, but as to say, there would be a schedule of repeat analysis, not comprehensive that every single team gets audited on this every time, but there would be a sampling done on a regular basis so that you can see change. Otherwise, we have it's all very interesting, but if we don't see any actual outcome, it's largely pointless.
And what sort of oversight do you have of the actions that are designed and the implementation of those actions?
So I don't see the actions at a business unit level like this. This would be the CFO who reports to me. She will have oversight of the outcomes here. The head of audit who oversees this program reports to me, and we meet at least once a month, if not more. And this will get as much attention, the summary, the overall outcomes, as any other audit item. So, for example, if it is his determination that finance, in this case, did not create a sufficiently robust plan, is not acting according to their commitments, he would inform me, and we would then discuss what to do about it.
What do you think? It's relatively early days,
Yes.
Obviously. You've had this as a pilot program for a couple of years, and you've extended it, and you'll be extending it further. But have you seen any effect on culture in the business so far from this piece of work?
I think I would be misleading if I said yes. I can give you absolute assurance I've seen a change in the culture. What I have seen is there's a change across the group. What I have seen is in the change of the culture and the conversation at the most senior level of the bank. So at my team, we pay attention and talk about this. Now, that in and of itself is not going to solve it either, but it tells you that it's something we care about and we discuss and give it attention. And I think that's equivalent at the board. The board and the HR committee has shown an intense interest in this, and we do give them summary reports. It might be worth just giving one actual example.
Yes.
And again, these things seem simple. Speak up culture has been a challenge. And again, to put that into context, we're also in an environment of restructuring our industry for the lower growth. Therefore, people worry about job security, etc. So there are some other elements of why people feel they don't want to speak up. One of the great insights that came through one of these audits was, and it came through a focus group, was that the reason that people did not want to put up their hand and say, I've seen a broken process, is that the culture, the response at ANZ was, well, that's terrific. We empower you to go and fix it. And so people basically were voting for more work. And so people felt reluctant to do that. So that was quite insightful. It's not, at one level it's easy to fix, that we don't have that response, that we take those observations and move them out to other teams who can go and fix things. But I certainly know at the HR committee and at the executive committee that was incredibly useful insight, and it's changed the way we communicate to our people.
Could I tender this document, Commissioner?
Finance Culture Review, 18 January 18, ANZ 801 252 0399, Exhibit 7.137.
Mr Elliott, in addition to these area-based cultural reviews overseen by your audit people, ANZ also undertakes much larger scale cultural reviews within the organisation. Is that right?
Yes, if you're referring to surveys, yes, we do, yes.
So in January this year, you sent a survey out to 10,000 of your employees, asking them to share their perceptions of their leaders.
Yes.
And as a result of that piece of work, you produced a leadership dial in the middle of this year, which assesses significant leadership shifts and strengths and opportunities.
Yes.
And you also have entity-wide My Voice surveys every 2 or 3 years, is that right?
Yes, the My Voice survey is mostly every year. There was one year where we skipped it, but yes.
And you did one of those surveys in May and June of this year.
Correct.
And you appear to have received more than 15,000 responses to that survey.
That sounds about right, yes.
Can I take you to a presentation about those survey results that was provided to the Human Resources Committee, ANZ 800 011 0065. I'm sorry, I may have said the number incorrectly. ANZ 700 011 0065.
Yes.
So this is a presentation from July this year about this year's My Voice survey. And if I take you to 0068, we see from the headline that the results of the survey this year were mostly down versus previous year surveys.
Yes, that's right.
And we see from the detail on this page that the results in all categories declined from the 2016 survey results, other than overall satisfaction. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And 3 items that were listed in the highest scoring items category where the scores were equal to the 2016 results.
Yes.
And could I take you to 0071, which is Appendix A to this document, and that contains an analysis of matched samples, which I understand to be a direct comparison of results between people who responded to the 2016 survey and the same people who responded to the 2018 survey.
Yes, and this is just an attempt to remove the statistical noise and recognising the fact that the organisation and the composition of our employees has changed materially in those 2 years. So it was just trying to see through that, yes.
And for this population, the 2018 survey results were consistently lower than the 2016 survey results, and frequently they were quite substantially lower.
Correct.
And what was your reaction to these annual survey results this year, Mr Elliott?
Well, the first reaction, it's always disappointing. We always hope for better. But the reality is, it is what it is, and it's an incredibly valuable piece of data. It tells us what our people really think, and it has the benefit, it's an anonymous survey. I have no ability to find individuals, and what you don't see here is they come with thousands of comments as well, which we work through. So my reaction is it's disappointing, but it's a great source of data, it's a rich source of data, and it gives us the ability to see opportunity to do better.
If we turn to 0069, we see some of the more specific findings from this year's results. We see about halfway down the page with the paragraph starting comments that a significant number of respondents, almost 2,000, made comments to the effect that the purpose and direction is clear from the top but gets lost in middle management layers.
Yes.
Now, what's your reaction to that, Mr. Elliott?
I'm not surprised. And we run a large organisation. We have 40,000 roughly employees across the place. Of those 40,000, 8,000 of those people lead a team, so it would be describe themselves as a leader. You can imagine, in a traditional hierarchical sense, there are multiple layers. So if I, as the chief executive at the top, there are, in most parts of it's 7 or 8 layers, in some cases 9 or 10, through to our workforce. And this is describing exactly the challenge of any trickle-down methodology of messaging and the difficulty of communicating direct messages to all of our people. It requires repeat, and it requires translation and local context to be given by the middle management, and that has not been as successful as it should be.
So that's obviously a very important
Yes.
and significant challenge for a number of organisations, but for ANZ in this setting. What are you doing to try and ensure that your middle management convey those messages that you have articulated at the top, and that they are filtering down and changing behaviour through middle management to the people at the front line?
So we're doing a number of things. So the first thing is to actually identify who those 8,000 are. We didn't know that in the past. We had looked at seniority and other ways of considering impact of people. So historically, when ANZ would have get together the top 100 people or whatever it might be, they weren't actually necessarily the people leading the organisation. They had very important roles. A lot of them were invisible to our people. They were doing important work, but in head office. So we've now identified who these people are. To use the Commissioner's description yesterday, and the sergeant majors, if you will, or whatever the term is from a military point of view.
That analogy,
No.
Mr. Elliott.
So we've identified who they are, and now we reach out to them directly. So we have big calls, what we call a big call, where we actually invite all of them, and they hear directly from me and my team, and we engage with them and we answer questions. We use some technology that allows those questions to be anonymous if they choose, so that we can actually try to engage direct and not rely solely on the trickle-down methodology. We use multiple types of communication. Video, which is a very effective way where people can, on our intranet, watch things that we talk about. So we're using multiple channels of communication, whether it's video, whether it's letters, whether it's email, whether it's voicemail, and importantly these big calls, to try and engage these people in that conversation. We've also changed when we do get our leaders together. The top 200 that I call together now are actually the way we describe those 200 and select them as the most visible leaders in the company. So they're not necessarily the most senior people, but these are the most visible people, and we get them together twice a year for at least a day and a half, and we talk through culture. The recent one, for example, we talked through and we listened to customer complaint calls so that people understand and can personalise, humanise what can go wrong and what are we doing about it, and the importance of remediation, for example.
Can I ask you about another specific finding of this survey at 0066? We see, again, about half the way down and the sentence that starts the risk culture index. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
That only... I just want to make sure I've got the right part, sorry. The risk culture index at 73% has decreased by 3% since 2016, and this was the bit I was looking for. Our main concern relates to the item regarding Speak Up, which has a 67% favourable response to the item, I can raise issues and concern at ANZ without fear of reprisal or negative consequences, which is a 3% decrease since 2016. Now, we've spoken about this Speak Up culture, and this decrease of 3% since 2016 in the response to this question was described by the authors of this paper as their single main concern of the results from this survey. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And why is it the biggest concern of all of the results to you?
Because if we don't have a culture where people feel free to speak, we will fail. We will fail in terms of our responsibilities of being well managed, and ultimately we will fail our customers. I would just say, to understand the point of data, the people who said that they did fear repercussions was 14%, and that's too high. So, and the difference being people who sit in the middle. And the people who sit in the middle are generally people who would say, well, I don't have any experience to influence my view. So it's still not good enough, but it is of serious concern.
So that is a particular finding that you are undertaking work to improve?
Absolutely, and this has actually got serious attention from our board, as you would imagine.
And can you summarise the key pieces of work that you propose to undertake to change this?
There seems to be, so when we take this data, then we look at the culture audits that we've just referred to previously. What they tend to indicate that people feel comfortable speaking up when they see something that is wrong from a risk perspective. Somebody doing something patently bad, something like 90% in those surveys would say they do speak up in that case. This is referring more to a sense that if you're not on the bus, if you're not with us, you don't feel empowered to speak up and say, I don't agree with the strategy, or I don't agree with new ways of working, or I have concerns about things. So what we're doing, this is difficult. Yesterday we talked to as well. It does come, unfortunately, it's easy to say, it comes down to the leadership. There's an adage in HR that people join companies and leave managers. And it's true. It's about the roles of our leaders encouraging their teams to speak up. So we've been working on simple programs of making sure that managers set time in meetings to ask for feedback and to be more proactive. Now, that won't resolve everything. We are fortunate that our head of talent and a number of people in the team are actually psychologists and have training and understanding of human behaviour, and that's what we're seeking to change. We've also done some surveys, and that leadership dial that you talk about is actually to try and measure, are leaders changing their habits in terms of seeking feedback, creating greater clarity of what's expected, etc. So this will take time.
What sort of period of time do you think it might take, Mr.
Well, it's always
Elliott?
going to be too long. And I think, I believe you can see shifts in culture in reasonable periods in the medium term, in the kind of 2 to 3 year period. I think you can. I think it takes literally obsessive focus by management to say that this is really important, to lead by example, and to make, and I give an example. Our purpose, while it's slightly different, we never actually had a stated, we had it was there, it was inherent in the place, but actually written down, didn't exist 3 years ago. Today, 92% of our people say in that same survey they consider our purpose when making decisions. Today people can articulate what it means. So we've been able to achieve that in 3 years. Is it embedded and perfect? No, but that's a big step forward. So I think these sorts of things can be achieved and closed within that kind of time frame.
Could I tender this document, Commissioner?
2018 My Voice Survey, 24 July 18, ANZ 700 011 0065, Exhibit 7.138.
Could we now bring up ANZ 801 247 0702? This is a document, Mr. Elliott, that appears to be a note of questions and answers that were put to 3 of your non-executive directors as part of some sort of interview process. Is that right?
So this was a information gathering as part of the response to the APRA requirement related to the CBA review. We were all doing a self-assessment. That self-assessment is due maybe today or tomorrow. It's due as we speak. This was part of a data collection, if you will, of some of our non-executive directors.
For your self-assessment?
For our self-assessment. This then informed the self-assessment document, which we're finalising today.
And who were the non-executive directors that this document deals with?
I actually don't know. The 3 initials that are there are actually the people who did the interviews. Yes. So those are 2 advisors or consultants from PwC, and SP relates to our company secretary, Simon Portage, who was there. I don't know. I don't know who this is.
Who they were.
No.
Can I ask that you look at 0703? We see that these 3 non-executive directors were asked question 8. How would you describe culture at ANZ? And part of the response was, we are in transition, challenged by change in organisation, huge, and the external environment, negative. Now, I think you would agree, Mr. Elliott, that the culture at ANZ is in transition.
Yes.
And what is it transitioning from and to?
Well, it's, as we discussed before, from an individual-driven confederation, good news culture, I mean, summarising, to a culture of customer centricity, learning and simplicity.
The directors also referred here to the numbers. I'll just find the part of the page that refers to My Voice, Net Promoter Score, etc. It's the dot point underneath the. Sorry, it's
pop-up we had.
Yeah, it's dot point 3 within the pop-up that we had. Question 8.
Yes.
In terms of outcomes, the numbers, My Voice, NPS, etc., show we are standing still. What do you understand that to mean?
I understand that to be, in reading the whole answer, that there's a belief that we are on the right track. However, the data does not support that we've been successful at this stage. And the 2 quite important points, our employee data and our customer data.
The NPS being the customer data and My Voice, the internal.
Yes.
All right. Could I tender this document, Commissioner?
Non-executive director's interview for the purposes of self-assessment, ANZ 801 247 0702, Exhibit 7.139.
I want to ask you, Mr. Elliott, about whether it would be useful to have information about how your culture compares to the culture of other banks. And I want to do that by reference to the work undertaken by the Banking Standards Board, an industry body in the United Kingdom. Mm-hmm. Are you aware of the work that the Banking Standards Board does?
Not in any level of specificity, no.
What it appears to do is it conducts annual firm-specific culture assessments which assess the extent to which the firms demonstrate set characteristics, 9 particular characteristics. And the Bank Standards Board then provides individual feedback to the boards of those firms about how the firm fared against those characteristics. And that feedback is provided in a way that allows the board to assess their firm's position against the aggregated and anonymised position of other firms. And the purpose of that, articulated by the Banking Standards Board, is to provide firms with an independent, external and evidence-based perspective of their firm's culture. Do you think that there would be utility in ANZ receiving that type of benchmarking information in relation to culture?
I think there's always value in getting external data. I think there's a danger, and again, only hearing this essentially for the first time, I think there's a danger in some benchmark reviews in that they imply there is the right answer, that somehow we've defined perfection and we measure you. Culture is situational. It depends on your business and your strategy and what you are trying to achieve. Now, there will be some fundamental elements that we would all agree to around integrity and others. So I think it would need to be thought through, and to ensure that we were not all delegating responsibility as a board to define what culture we want, as opposed to some external well-meaning body who's defined it for us.
What do you see as the role of regulators in assisting you with the culture of your entity?
This is a difficult question. We've actually had conversations, particularly with APRA, on this, that relate back to the unquestionably strong discussions, where they quite rightly articulated that unquestionably strong was more than just balance sheet strength, and that it did involve culture and management quality. I don't have a terrific answer. I think they have a role in giving us guidance and a perspective. I don't know that they, again, given that culture is situational, it does depend on what you are trying to achieve. I think their role should be more advisory and perhaps giving guide rails rather than being prescriptive, like they might well be with capital, for example.
Do you think they have a role in calling out poor culture?
Yes. And they have a almost unique, perhaps unique perspective because of their relationship and their interaction with our people. They will have a perspective that is probably different than almost anybody else, and I think getting feedback from that in a formal sense would be of enormous value.
At what level of the organisation does the feedback go in, do you think, Mr. Elliott? Does it go in at your level or at board level or at both? Or?
It should go in at the board level and at the executive committee level. Today, I would suggest that feedback is more typically at a board level today. I don't know that we've paid sufficient attention to actually being very specific around feedback on culture. I think it leaks its way into broader conversations. So it's not a specific topic, but it could be. But in the end of the day, the executives are the ones who have to operationalise that, and so that feedback should also be direct to them.
I have no further questions, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Orr. Yes, Dr. Collins.
There's no re-examination.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. You may step down.
Thank you.
Ms. Orr.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mr. Robert Johansson. Perhaps if we could have a brief adjournment to allow his representatives to come to the bar table.
Come back at, say, 11:25.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Orr.